I get up, time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Fucking annoying, dude. Fucking annoying. Don't know why. Shit just fucking everything locked up. Booted. I actually had to like physically turn my computer off and turn it the fuck back on. And then hurry up and rush back into that previous match so that I didn't get fucking canned. And hope to God I didn't get lever busted. I didn't. And it turned out to be a win. So, fuck yeah, let's go. But that was really annoying. Like, holy shit, that was annoying. Anyways, we're back again. Play one match of League and then get into the other stuff. try this again. Without getting screwed. If you ever wanted to know how busted Lulu is as a champion, just know you could get booted from a match and take literally 8 minutes to get back into said match and still win because of the buffs you're able to give your team.
Pleased to meet you.
Smolder mid, huh? Well, that's fucking weird. Well then. Well the fuck then. Here we are. I'm gonna change my warden skin because... What? Oh, it's right there. Okay. Look at that fucking beauty right there. I do believe that's a red-tailed hawk. Could be a golden eagle, but I'm pretty sure it's a red-tailed hawk. Could be a golden eagle. Could be. I'd have to hear its cry first, because what you think of when you hear the cry of an eagle is not actually what the cry of an eagle sounds like. They sound like little bitches, dude. The red-tailed hawk is that fucking screech. Yeah. Yeah. I took some falconry stuff.
Nosy dewdrop.
We're doing this damn support mage build. It's happening.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
We are doing this fucking support mage build. It is fucking happening. That's what's going down.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
And I miss the days of runes and quintessences. Those were the best. And I could just dump all of that shit into attack speed and make Lulu just obnoxious. Start the fucking game with like 30% bonus attack speed, dude.
Minions have
Yes, buddy.
You'll see more with your eyes closed.
Now it's 10%. Fucking. Unless you go with, the fuck is that? Is Misfortune running it? No. Kai says lethal tempo. That's what it
That
is.
squirrel looks familiar. Yup, that tasted purple.
Come on, Misfortune, I need level 2. Like, I can't lane bully if I'm not level 2, dude.
Tulip in the eye.
Leona's E is back up, so I need to pay attention to that.
I recommend Whoa.
Yep, just make her back, dude. We're good. We're chilling. Make her back the fuck off.
First blood.
You'll see more. Let's use all the
An
cover.
enemy has been slain.
Oh, it's Smolder Top. Weird.
Dust 'em, pick.
Yeah. I'm just being a dick. Walking forward. What's up?
Just a pin.
Nothing I can do about that. What I should have done is ran back towards their tower. That was my fault. Noobing it up over here.
That tasted purple.
Noobing it up over here.
An enemy has been slain. Executed.
Gotcha, bitch. You want to disrespect back? Fine.
Has been slain.
Dizzy.
Yeah, guess what you don't ever get to do, Kaisa? Walk up and touch any kind of CS. You just get to be behind.
You'll see more when your eyes glow.
Yep, go stand under tower.
Too tall. Much too tall. I recommend skipping.
Okay. Trundle's 2-0. Yone is 0-2. That sucks.
Nosy dewdrop.
Killing spree. An ally has been slain.
We have a favorable lane position. They just get to get dunked on experience-wise.
Has been slain.
Squirrel looks familiar. Never in the eye. Yep, that tasted purple.
Okay.
You'll see more with your eyes closed.
Got stuff happening now.
Sizzy.
An enemy has been slain.
I recommend
I'm like, you're getting fucking wrecked by a Lulu,
An
dude.
enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Noobs.
Enemy killing spree.
nosy dewdrop.
An ally has been slain.
That squirrel looks familiar.
Nailed it.
Never look a truth in the eye.
hell was that, Eve?
You'll see more with your eyes closed.
Don't care.
Shut down.
That's worth it. That is so worth it, dude. So fucking worth, bro. Holy fuck, you have got to be kidding me how worth it that
Has been
was.
slain.
Like, beyond worth, dude. Miss Fortune's 2-1-2 on 3-3-2. Fuck yeah, dude.
I recommend skipping. Nosy dewdrop.
No.
That squirrel looks familiar. Never. In the eye.
That Leona sucks with her ult, dude. No clue how to use that. At all.
Yep. That tasted purple. Much tall. Whoa. Fizzy.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Fucking Trundle.
You'll see it with your eyes closed.
Has destroyed a turret.
Fuck yeah.
I recommend skipping.
Rampage.
This Yone is trash. What a trash can, dude.
Let's use all the colors.
Your turret has been destroyed. Unstoppable.
Let's go, Trundle! Kai'Sa dies to that. That's amazing. Oh wait, why am I doing this? No. We're not going full support. I should actually do this first.
Never look at two.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Whoa.
Ooh, that shield timing.
Yup. That tasted purple.
I'm just there to make Kaisa panic, that's all. Oh, come on. I was gonna say. Ah, there we go. There's Yone. There's Yone. Why do I have this? Sell that. I'm gonna get rid of that. The fuck? The fuck? She has a thorn mail, you idiot.
Nosy dewdrop.
Dominating.
Trundle is 11-2. Disgusting. I guess I need to upgrade my boots one more time. That's crazy.
Enemy rampage. Has destroyed a turret.
You'll see more with your eyes closed.
Okay. Okay. Oh, you just wait, Leona. You're only building defenses against. You're building armor. What's up, turd?
Too tall.
An ally has been slain.
Oh my god, this fucking unit. Let's go, Misfortune.
Has been destroyed.
They aren't gonna like this.
Yep, Misfortune is super fed now.
A solid tasted purple.
Sure. Hey, let's go. Double kill. Damn, that minion wave stacked the fuck up, buddy. Holy shit.
Just a pinch.
Gnasher's Tooth attack speed coming in. Fuck yeah.
I recommend skipping.
Stupid motherfucker.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Never look a tulip in the eye.
Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. You have slain an enemy.
Gotcha, bitch. Yeah, you just got 1v1 by the support, Kaisa. Split push was a no-go. Dang, it's almost like I'm the fucking best Lulu NA. I could have played that better too. That's the thing. It's like I could have played that way better and I still came out on top by killing the Kaisa. She's worth gold. Not anymore, but was. Fucking A.
Nosy dewdrop.
Fucking nailed it. Oh my god. Dumb Asselson.
Has destroyed a turret.
Oh my god. Holy fucking support there. Holy shit! Maybe W the Kaisa instead of Wing the MF. That might... Holy fuck.
Shut down.
That was crazy. Alright. Don't underestimate the Kaisa. Got it.
You'll see.
Enemy rampage.
Never. That squirrel looks familiar.
Oh my god. Quadra kill! Holy shit, look kill!
The enemy's inhibitor has respawned.
Just to piss off the Leona, because Leona was talking smack the whole game. I'm like, support diff. Support diff. Damn it.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. Ace.
Never mind, maybe she's brain dead too.
That makes it purple.
Yo, King, welcome in. How you doing? Shit run. Shit run.
Close to pink.
Shit run. Not runny shit. Shit run. Let's go, MF, dude. Let's go, mofuck shit. Son of a bitch. Ooh dear, popping up out of nowhere. Oh, it's a cloud soul? That's annoying.
You'll see more with your eyes closed. They are.
It's a cloud soul. All five are gonna be there, dude. God damn it, Yon. Why'd I even stick around for that guy?
An
Like,
enemy
why?
has been slain.
Why did I even stick around for him?
Enemy has been slain.
Dumbass.
Ally has been slain.
I would love to go get that Cloud Drake that I thought we were setting up for. Right? I thought that was the whole setup. Why me and Yone were down there. I don't know why everybody else is up in the fucking top side of the map when we have 2 inhibitors on the top side of the map taken. Push this lane in, get Prio over Dragon, take Dragon. Like, not hard. We have 1 lane that needs to be pushed in. It's the bot lane. Fucking go to it. Why would we go to... Like, why would we do Baron? They're all alive.
I recommend skipping.
MF, you're gonna make me regret this. Never mind. Maybe I won't regret this. Good job, Trundle. Pushing a fucking lane, bro.
Godlike.
Too tall. Much too tall.
GG's, buddy. Well, goddamn. On your Be Right Back screen, do you have a playlist you hit, or is it just random songs? Because yesterday you had one that was vibing. So was curious if I'd ever hear it again. Yeah. Pretty sure all of the song, like, okay, so here, I'll just show you in a second more. Gotta give it to the Trundle, man. Gotta give it to the Trundle. So where I get the music for my intros, right, is no copyright sounds on YouTube, right? If you search up no copyright sounds on YouTube, okay? And these are all the songs that I have. Yesterday I had From Here to Here, right, just queued up and was playing on the Be Right Back screen. So that's also what I have today, right? It's the same. I have the same songs queued up on my Be Right Back screen. So it will be played again. In fact, it'll be played probably here in a second because I now have to set up the second segment of this stream that is not League of Legends. It's the Combating Stupidity portion. So I do have to hit the Be Right Back screen, get all that shit organized, and fucking find out where everything is, right? Tonight I don't have any like screen recorded videos, but I still do have to like find the content, you know what I mean? Find the content. But yeah. No copyright sounds is the channel on YouTube that all of the music for my intro has come from, because shout outs to them. They have music on there that is usable by streamers, right? And some of it's mainstream. Didn't mean to sidetrack you. No worries. No worries, man. If you ever have questions, don't be afraid to ask questions, even if it sidetracks me a little bit. I'm not tripping at all. Not tripping at all, especially when it comes to music, dude. Music is like the fucking soul fuel, dude. Not even kidding you. If you're in a shit mood, the one thing that can turn that around, guaranteed, is going to be a fucking nostalgic good song. W Damien, W me. Well, I'm about to have a fucking ginormous W here in about 5 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to hit the be right back screen. I'm going to get everything ready to go, and then we're going to jump into the next segment, the combating stupidity, starting with a segment of the whatever podcast that was on Sunday, right? Because this chair one bitch about to get roasted, buddy. Holy shit. It's going to be... Ugh. I was losing my fucking mind. Who was Cheryl? What do you mean, who was Cheryl? What do you mean, who was Cheryl? Like the one in the chat? The oon in the chat? Somebody I've known for 20 years. For over 20 years. That's who. I was gaming and whatever song it was hit me perfect and threw me in the zone. Let's go. Well, hopefully it pops up while I'm on break and you can tell me if it was the first, second, or, potentially third song that came up. So, I'll be right back. Keep your ears open.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
I've been treading water for some time, picking up the parts of all my life. Didn't get to solve it this time. How we're hard to break apart. Don't tell me why we can't collide. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Don't you feel it? Don't you feel it? On the break of dawn, I'll follow you to carry on. On the break of dawn,
Yes, that is the truth. Cheryl is one of the few people that can ninja the ninja. That can ninja the ninja. That's what happens when you get girlfriend privileges. You get to ninja the ninja. At any rate, we're going to get started on this nonsense. Wait, hold on. Before I do this, was it any of the songs that came on, King, that was the one you were vibing to? Like the music? Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, she fucking startled the shit out of me. Startled the shit out of me. But yeah, was it any of those? Was it either of the songs that played? King. Because I could tell you the name of it if it was. Like immediately. Like immediately. We're going to jump in. Jump in here to this. 1 and 3, I guess. I was so into it that I thought 1 and 2 were the same song. Well, that one that was just playing was Chime. The one before that was Cartoon. And the one before that was Why We Lose. I forget what this one's fucking called. Hold on. Oh, On and On. So Why We Lose, On, and The Break of Dawn by Cartoon, and then Chime. Chime by Phototropic. Oh, wait, no. It is Phototropic Melodic Dubstep. Phototropic is the name of the song. Chime is the artist. Was it any good? Oh, dude. Dude, no. It was not any good at all. It was not any good at all, and I'm going to show you why. I mean, look. I liked Whatever podcast because Brian is fucking hilarious. Dude's like nerd over 9,000, and his jokes are actually pretty funny. He makes a lot of references that you have to be of some intelligence to get, right? You had to have been on the internet for a minute to understand some of the shit that he talks about. And so the dude makes me laugh. Like, I watch the show because I support Brian. He's a good guy, right? Why We Lose, thanks. Yeah, indeed. I like that song too. I really the fuck like that song. But yeah, anytime. If you ever hear any music on this channel that you're like, dude, what the fuck was that? Let me know and we'll figure it out. We will figure it the fuck out. I will halt the show and we will figure the music out, because music can be a lifesaver. Just throwing that out there. Fucking love me some good music. Anyways, chair number 1. This chick. We're just gonna... Man, oh man. Oh wait, it's fucking muted. I'm an idiot. Unmute the damn audio, dumbass, and then you might be able to hear what's going on. He makes the show. Yeah, definitely.
Are better.
Yeah.
Okay, which countries are those?
A lot of the Scandinavian countries, like I think Copenhagen and like Scandinavian countries.
Copenhagen is a...
Okay, she's talking about countries. Which countries are better? It's the female countries, I guess.
Some dungeon entrances in Top Heroes are super...
Female-run countries are better than male-run countries, right? No, they're not. What's happening in Sweden right now? All the immigration. It's not even going to be fucking Sweden in 10 years. Yeah, I'm all for burrito, Brian. Let's go.
So, do you consider yourself a feminist?
No.
No?
No, I'd consider myself a misandrist.
Oh, W,
So
misandrist.
No.
Well, what's the difference between a feminist and a
A
misandrist?
feminist believes that everyone is equal. A misandrist believes that women are actually better than men.
I agree. 99% of the women that go on whatever show are disgraced to all women. Yeah. I don't know why that's not showing up in my chat, like my actual chat. What the fuck? Yeah, they ain't. When I think burritos, I think Brian and Brie now. Ha.
Way
So,
better than
hold
men.
on. So just to be clear, you are making accusations that
So this chick, she said she's a misandrist. If you don't know what a misandrist is, it's the opposite of a misogynist. The definition of misogyny is someone who hates or has a strong discontent for women. So this woman has a hate or strong discontent for men. That's misandry.
well, my understanding of misandry, that would be female supremacy.
No, it's literally just my chat. I don't know what it is. It's happening both on my producer and on my phone. Some of Cheryl's chats just don't show up. That's why I was like, how the fuck do you know who Cheryl is? The fuck? She hasn't been in my chat. Yeah, actually she has. She showed me on her phone. I was like, what the fuck? How come that didn't show up in either one of my producer or my phone? That's crazy. I have my phone open so that if chats don't show up in my producer, they show up on my phone and I can still check chat. That's how I monitor my stream. Like, what the fuck? Live chat, top chat? Yeah, this is the top chat. The top chat. The elite of the elite chatters are a part of the Ninja Horde, right? Subscribe and become part of the Ninja Horde now. Do you have her blocked? No. Why would I have her blocked? Like, why would I have her blocked? She sleeps in my bed every night. Fuck? No, some of her chats pop up. It's just some of them don't. And it makes me wonder if I've missed other chats that other people have sent in. That's the first time? Yeah, she usually doesn't come in. You know the option? Oh, I don't know. Anyways.
Which I guess could fall under the categorization of misandry. But do you hate men?
No.
That's literally what misandry is. Oh, we're off to a good start, fellers. We're off to a good fucking start.
So misandry, what is misandry?
So misogyny is what's been going on for a really long time, where men are better than women. Men
They are.
deserve more power than women.
They do.
Men are smarter than women. Men are
They are.
stronger than women. Blah, blah, blah.
They are.
Misandry believes, I think in a perfect world, women would be in.
Are there some things women are better at than men? Yeah, there are. But generally across the board with like mundane tasks and accomplishing things, like the world was built by men. I hate to break it to you.
In charge of everything. And if you look at countries that are happier and better off, women are more in charge. And I'm not saying that men suck. Men are great. Men are needed. I'm not saying we should kill all men, whatever. Like I don't support that whole message. However, if you look at countries that are doing better, women are in charge of a lot of the government. And
What countries? Women can give birth way better than men? Yeah, they can. Yeah, they can. Men can't give birth at all. In fact, men are terrible at giving birth because there is a 0% success rate of men giving birth. Like, 0. That's never happened in all of history. Not in nature and not outside of nature.
And I think women, because of the system that men have created, which is unfair, men are taught to be more masculine and strong. And
not in today's day and age, the hell they're not. Are you kidding me? Holy crap, we get shit on. The masculine strong men get shit on and get called misogynists. They don't get taught that. What the hell?
And whatever. However, if we were all taught to be equal, I'd be a feminist. However, because women have been taught to be more empathetic, a lot of women are just better at handling political and social problems.
Where's the proof of this? Where's the proof of this? Yeah, I don't have it on top. I have it on all. The setting is always set to all. Trust me. I knew what he was talking about. I knew exactly what he was talking about, so I said no. No, it's not. It's set to all. I promise you. I promise you. There's an option right here underneath in the live producer, underneath my edit your stream title and description, view your live stream in the web browser, copy stream link, or go to live dashboard, right? Right underneath that, it says all chat with a little arrow that scrolls down. And if I click that, I have the option to change top chat and everything else, right? No, it's all chat, I promise. This is some kind of bug of some kind, right? This is a bug of some kind. Women are meant to take care of the home, children, pets, etc. Men are meant to protect and provide for family. Exactly. Yeah, no. I knew. I was fully aware. I was just trying to, like, kind of make it totally clear that it's a bug. It's a bug. Some kind of bug. I don't know. It'll probably get fucking patched out eventually, but it's not right now.
Okay, there's a lot there. Let's start with your claim that you're saying that there are countries where there is a predominance of female leadership, and these countries are better.
Yeah.
Okay,
Name
which
one.
countries are those?
A lot of the Scandinavian countries, like I.
Wrong. Wrong. Holy shit. If it weren't for pretty much every other country in Europe and the United States, the Scandinavian countries would be fucking bankrupt to shit. Sweden's immigration policy is one of the most disgusting and depressing immigration policies on the fucking planet. On the planet. That country is being taken over. I'm allowed to shit on them. Why? Because the majority of my genetics come from that fucking country. That's my homeland. And they're letting it get destroyed. What the fuck?
I think Copenhagen and like Scandinavian countries.
Copenhagen is the capital of Denmark.
Yeah.
It's not a country,
Well,
but
Denmark.
are you talking?
Sweden.
I'm just talking about Scandinavian.
I think
Scandinavian areas are known to be the happiest places on earth.
Yes, they are known to be the happiest places on earth. Have you fucking seen the country? You can't walk outside without witnessing what is the true beauty of nature. Scandinavian countries are so fucking amazing. Like, scenery-wise. You walk outside with an appreciation to live on the fucking planet because of the snow-capped mountains, the meadowed valleys, with all the lavender and all the purple flowers and the pine tree. Like, dude. Bro. You can't live in Scandinavia without being happy. You can't. It's physically impossible. Actually, they commit, yeah, they do. They do self-delete a lot. They do. But for other reasons, right? Like, for other reasons. We can get into that, but that's kind of off topic. But they do live in Skyrim, exactly. It's a give
so
and
you're
take.
saying those countries are not patriarchies?
A lot of them, yeah.
You're saying the Scandinavian countries are not patriarchies?
I'm not saying that exactly, but I know they have a lot more women in control than the U.S. does, which
And-
right now the U.S. is predominantly
Controlled by old men.
yeah,
And you're
controlled by old men.
Sure, and you're saying that these Scandinavian countries, strictly, there's no other factors that might contribute to them being, at least from your worldview, better countries.
Such as what?
I don't know, you're the one making the claim. How are they?
It's serious, bro. The way these people constantly will just make a claim and then make you figure out what the fuck their claim is. It's like, dude, did you like lose the ability to communicate as a normal human being throughout your life at some point? I'm just curious. Because you can't just say some wild nonsense and then expect the other person to just know exactly your nonsense that you consider facts but actually aren't because they have no logical basis behind them whatsoever.
Better countries.
It's ridiculous. It really is. Jesus Christ. Commercials are loud as fuck, buddy. I hate the fact that YouTube does this like every 5 seconds.
Well, the women are in charge and they create rules that are more good for the people of the country rather than the rich.
Oh, you mean like Sweden's immigration laws that are just allowing immigrants to flood into the country and it's fucking ruining what they had built for so long? You mean like that? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Need to go to bed, guys. I'm gonna make the rounds and head out. Nice talking to you per usual. Cheryl, it's good to meet you again. I hope you to see you again and keep your man and sandwiches. That's funny. Find it hilarious when they spout some random shit and Brian asks a simple question. They follow up like, what? Like, yeah, that's what he's asking you. Exactly. That's what he's asking you, dumbass. Like, what the fuck? Like, did you lose track of the conversation that quickly? Like, you need a bookmark in your brain or some shit to keep track? What the fuck?
Rich people of the country. I'm not totally versed on this subject. However,
no, you're not.
Based on what I've seen, the countries of the world that have more female leaders.
Have a good night, Gorilla Biscuits. Thanks for coming in, man. Thanks for chatting. It's always a pleasure having you in my chat, man. Enjoy your slumber. Rest well, sir.
Are doing, the people in those countries are happier and more well off than the women or just the people in like the U.S. right now.
No, they're not. The United States is widely regarded around the world, around the planet, as the most desirable place to live. That is why we have ungodly amounts of illegal immigrants into this country.
For example.
How so?
They get health care.
If it was such a shitty place to live, people wouldn't be flocking here in the hundreds of thousands to millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, like over time. If this was the most undesirable place to live, we wouldn't have people from literally every other country on the planet trying to go to school here, trying to work here, trying to move here, focused on our politics. You can't turn on news in India or some other place in the world without seeing something about America. Everybody's got its eyes on America. If it was such a bad place to live, why is that the case?
Oh, free healthcare.
Free healthcare, free just care in general. Women get better maternity leave. Everyone is saying that they're happier in those countries. Like, I'm pretty sure Denmark or somewhere just got voted like happiest place on earth for 2025.
Yeah, Denmark did. And? So that, let me just let you in on a little secret, Chair One. Stats like that can be heavily manipulated. If I walk up to every single person with a smile on their face out in the street and ask them, are you happy? Odds are they're probably going to say yes. And if I just exclude anyone who looks upset or even plain-faced in any way, shape, or form, despite the fact they totally could be happy, I'm not going to approach them. And you know what I'm going to come out with? A 100% success rate. And as long as I slap random on the label of my selected people in public, oh yeah, they were randomly selected. They were random people with smiles on their faces. Like, come the fuck on. Or you can't. Okay.
And it's a place run by women.
And you're saying, like, for example, if we look at Norway, I believe is a country of, 4 or 5 million? Something around that. You're saying because there's more female leadership in some of these Scandinavian countries that because simply by virtue of that.
Look at that smile he's developing on his face. He's like, oh, Brian's got something cooking, dude. Brian's got something cooking. You could tell. You could tell. Okay, solution. I'd vote for a program that sends these people that think America is so bad to another place they want to live on. They want to go on taxpayer dime, just renounce citizenship and never return. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I'd be totally okay with spending my tax dollars on sending some of these people that hate the nation that they live in out of the nation. Go somewhere else. Bye. See you later. Deuces. People get so upset if we don't know their country's political shit, but I'm sorry, the president of Turkey isn't on my local news daily. Exactly. Like, fuck.
That's why these countries enjoy like more prosperity or are better.
Yeah.
Okay. You
I
don't
do
think
believe
like,
that.
for example, with Norway, it might have to do with their like abundance of natural resources and they're
But you don't
basically.
think that's because the women who rule that country and who help that country have protected those? Donald Trump is taking.
What? What? First off, Brian, what natural resources? 6 months out of the year, the place is covered in ice. like there's a reason that the Vikings were sailing down the rivers and, like selling off their ability to like southern countries and shit, and you have the Varangian Guard, shit like that. Like they were sailing to England. They were looking for more farmable land, dude. Like what resources, bro? What fucking resources, dude? What are you talking? Their timber? Like, can't use that one, Brian. I'm sorry. That one's a little long-winded. But to her point, she didn't even argue that. She just went along with it. Those resources, the women protected. No, it wasn't the women that were protecting the resources. I hate to break it to you. But, like, almost all the engineers that have built, we'll use Sweden, for example, because I know more about Sweden than any other Scandinavian country, right? The Swedish Air Force, like, the engineers that designed Swedish planes to be able to land and take off from a short roadway and be as badass as they are and be able to cover the span of the entire country in minutes to be able to respond to a Russian invasion. Yeah, what they've spent doing the entire time since like World War I and II, right? All that was designed, and this is protection by men. By men. No, the men protect the resources, not the women. Sorry.
Taken away so many of our natural resources already, and people are already unhappy about that.
Like what?
Well, I can't speak specifically as well. My understanding is this, as it relates to Norway's natural resources, the sort of prosperity that has granted its citizenry has been in place for many, many decades.
Very good for
I'm
that.
assuming prior to even the increasing representation of women in its government body.
Okay.
So I'm not sure that
Far
that
beyond
has
that.
the prosperity of Norway, for example,
That's only recent.
has anything to do with like current day, perhaps increased representation of women in government.
However, if you look at the countries that have had increases in women governments and you look at the ones who have had decrease and who have had predominantly men, you can see a vast difference in the amount.
No, you really can't. China, run by men, one of the top 3 contenders for top countries in the world, economically and militarily. Russia, very based, Orthodox Christian. Like, Putin is an Orthodox Christian, and he runs his shit like an Orthodox Christian. The patriarchy rules all in Russia. Like, one of the top 3 contenders for world superpower. I fucking hate to break it to you. But we still haven't had a female president. Next.
Environmental protectionism acts and other things that have to do with women's health, child health, anything to do with like the goodness of the people.
All right, everybody, it's time.
What the fuck does that even mean? The goodness of the people. Women's health, child's health. Like, that, you're just saying blanket statements. You're not making any arguments. There's no argument there. There just isn't. There's no argument there.
Think, and although again, I'm not saying that men are a problem, because I know lots of great men. It's just when countries rely on only men for power, I think that's dangerous. And in a world where feminism is seen as a bad thing because feminism means only women, I'm going to stick up for only women because...
Well, then you're doomed to fail. And this is why. So, look, I just want to point this out. Chair number 1 is an example for why we cannot have women in positions of power. Just a prime example. You want to know why? Look at chair number 1. That's why. That's why. One of the most uneducated human beings on the planet lives on nothing but how she feels about any given thing. If it makes her feel any type of way that's other than good, well, she's not going to fucking do it. Regardless if you have to take a sacrifice, which doesn't make you feel fucking good, for the betterment of society. Something that just about every man in a leadership position throughout history has had to do at some point in their leadership. Make a decision that they didn't quite agree with, but had to fucking happen, or else. Can't live off of feelings. You can't. You can't lead off of feelings. It doesn't work. America is the best because we haven't had women in office. I can tell you this: if a woman gets in office, shit is gonna hit the fan. Yeah, that's why I said. That's why I've said multiple times. Like, if Kamala Harris had been elected, we'd already be at war.
There's a lot of men who claim to be feminists, or women who even claim to be feminists, still side with like the way things are right now, because things are better now than they were in like the 60s.
A couple clarifying questions here. You cited to Scandinavian countries.
Yeah.
Would you say that these women who are there's a greater representation of women in the government? Are they typically white?
I don't think it matters.
That's a weird question, Brian. That's a weird question.
But
why would it not matter?
Because I don't think race matters with power. But
gender does.
A lot of Scandinavian countries are predominantly
But
white.
so I'm just curious, why are you saying these countries are better because there's more women in power? Why wouldn't you just make that claim about it's better because of white women?
Because I think even Africa or Somalia would do better with a black woman leader than the leader they have currently.
That's a fucking wild claim, dude. That's a wild claim. I really the fuck don't. I just, no. No. You want to know a prime example of women in power? Look at what happened to Egypt when Cleopatra was in charge. Look at what happened to Egypt when Cleopatra was in charge. She fucked that country up so bad. So bad. Why? Because Mark Antony. Oh my God, I gotta get my pussy wet. My feelings. I have such strong feelings for this guy. I'm gonna fuck this whole country up. That's been an advanced, amazing civilization for thousands of years. I'm just gonna take it and fucking ruin it. Holy shit. Come on. Cleopatra. That's all you have to think. Women in power? Maybe not. Maybe not. She fucked up 2 nations, dude. It wasn't just Egypt. She like tore fucking Rome apart too. Oh man. Caesar and fucking Mark Antony fighting over a fucking a stupid Greek thought living in Egypt. Holy shit.
Okay, so going back to your claim about misandry, can you again explain to me, when you say you're a misandrist, what does that mean?
I believe that women have greater intellectual capabilities than men do. They have a better way to lead, and they are more. And I know a lot of men say women are more emotional. I think they're just more sympathetic and empathetic.
Something you can't be. Something you can't. There are times in leadership, many times, where you're not going to be nice. Just throwing that, you can't. Otherwise, you become a doormat and everybody walks all the fuck over you and you're not much of a leader. Like, what the fuck? Common sense out the window. Why? Because crybaby nonsense.
Two groups of people.
Okay. And what are men? So if
As
women,
what I've seen from the world, men are more interested in power than they are in the goodness of their country.
Men more interested in power.
And I think women are more interested in making sure that their country is taken care of.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Could have fooled me, because that goes against the entire feminist propaganda. What she just said goes against all feminism. Men just want power. I won't argue with that. I'm a man. I would love to have all the power. That'd be amazing. Would it be for the betterment of my people? Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Why? Because men like to have a purpose. Women don't know what the fuck purpose is. They don't. She obviously has no clue what a fucking purpose is. Oh, women are more empathetic. Women would make better leaders. Would they? Would they now? But what she just said goes against everything she believes as a feminist. Oh, we would take care of the country. Bitch, you can't even take care of your own husband. What? You women refuse to take care of children and husbands like it's going out of style so you could be the strong, independent woman, i.e. gain all the power. That fucking idiot. Are you kidding me? You just exposed yourself. You don't even know what you're talking about.
And that could be wrong. I'd love for a man to prove me wrong. And some men have proven me wrong in certain countries. However, in the vast majority of like the biggest countries, it's been scary to see only decisions.
What are
Emotional, destructive decisions. Name one. Name one. Name one. What about Sparta? Let's go back a couple thousand years, right? To when men were really the fuck in charge. Okay? Let's go back to Sparta. With all their disenfranchised women. Who were actually like, women were the main focus of Sparta, right? Like, super egalitarian society. But women were disenfranchised back in ancient times. There's a reason I chose Sparta. Super egalitarian in comparison to all other fucking places around the world at that time, right? Women actually held a lot of power. But guess what? Women also knew their fucking purpose in society was to bear children to create soldiers for Sparta. Why? So that Sparta could not be taken over. You know what happened when Xerxes invaded? If old boy had listened to his feelings, like I'm sure you've all seen the movie 300, which is actually pretty accurate. There is historical documents that point to Leonidas having a talk with his wife about fucking blah 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 before Xerxes decided he was going to shit on everybody, right? Like, king confided in queen, let out his emotional nonsense, right? And made the man decision to, I have to defend this. I'm going to take 300 of the best men. It was actually a couple thousand. It wasn't 300. But I'm going to take a small ass force of men to go defend the pass that they're coming through. Like, let's think about this for a second. Did he make that out of emotion? No, because if he made it out of the emotions he was having, he would have ran scared. He would have been a scared little bitch and ran away. And guess what? Sparta would have been completely consumed and completely destroyed. And you know Xerxes would have had all of his men just have their way with all of the Spartan women just to be like, haha, I fucking win that much harder. But the women are disenfranchised. The men don't protect the women from nothing. Women can protect themselves. Yep, women are going to go, 300 women are going to go defend Sparta from Xerxes. Yep, see how that one fucking plays out. Let's see how that one plays out. You're going to go cry in their arms? Oh no, don't invade us, please. Ah. Today's day and age, they'd be like, we'll suck your dick if you don't fucking invade us. Like, Jesus. Or they'd be standing on the mountaintops like, subscribe to my OnlyFans. Oh, fuck, man. That's hilarious. Ben Talk, welcome in. What's up? Heading to bed. Want to let you all awesome people know. I hope you have an awesome stream and a wonderful night. Indeed. What if we do a sim of it? Wouldn't that prove the ideology wrong and end the dumb idea? Maybe. But yeah, have a great night, Ben Talk. Thanks for coming in. Freaking legend. Let's fucking go. Just getting tired of the amounts of sleep. Tiny amounts of sleep and make sure to get more of it. Yeah, let's go. W sleep. W Ben Talk.
Some of those.
War.
What if I told you that if they were... If
just
there was
war
a
in general.
There is... that they did analysis of female monarchs, female queens.
Okay.
And they actually found that the female queens, hold on, you gotta let me finish.
1600s?
I don't recall these.
That's if they've even made it to the mountaintop without killing each other. Facts.
Specific date range, but monarchs, right? So they found that female queens were much more likely to wage war than kings. So this would seem to indicate there's perhaps a greater propensity for violence actually in women.
Well, you know, one story I know of is one of the queens of France created a war against, I think it was Spain or Italy or something.
Oh, so you're just going to make Brian's argument for him? You're going to defeat yourself? Fantastic. Let's see where this goes.
Because her husband created unfair decisions between those two. I think it was like the queen of...
When I think it was like up, the queen of...
you don't just want a cold one. You want the cold...
Something Medici or something like that. I forget her full name. I can't speak Italian or whatever.
The Medicis?
Yeah.
I know.
Again, has no clue.
One queen did wage war before her husband because her husband died in war. And she wanted to restore peace.
Question, Ninja, in your opinion, do you think she's serious or just saying this shit to get attention and shock content? I think that she genuinely believes this. She's just not prepared for the bigger questions, right? She's willing to stand her own ground. Whether it's for shock content or not, it doesn't matter. I think she genuinely believes this, right? I think she genuinely believes this stuff. Female queens, you know, not to be confused with drag queens. Yeah, exactly.
And I know war is a big thing, but if you look at the history of the world, way more wars have been started by men. And it's kind of an unfair study to say more women have started wars.
Yes, they have. Now, we must ask ourselves, why do wars get started by men? Oftentimes, I think probably the most often time that war has been started in the past, it is over resources. Territory and resources. Why? For the betterment of the society that leader is running. Oh, I've done a projection, and it looks like our society is bustling so much, we are going to run out of the resources we have the ability to create and or procure. How do we get more resources? We go to war for the resources with the other people in this area that have the resources we need. Why? Because they're not willing to trade us. Well, we need those resources. Otherwise, all of these people will die. Thusly, we are going to invade them and take their resources because we tried to play nice. They didn't want to play nice. Fine, let's not play nice. It's why the Vikings went on raids so often. Is so they could procure resources to make or increase the quality of living in the fucking snow for 6 months out of the year. It's really hard to farm when it's snowing for half of the year. Just saying. A huge plus if we can send her. Yeah, exactly. Send her to Somalia. Whoa, Bintalk.
W. Damien. Enjoy the thoughts, people, and exploring ideas with each other. W. New screen.
Indeed. W. Bintalk. We are now at 130 of the 200. We need 70 more. We need 70 more, chat. We are on our fucking way. We are on our fucking way, buddy. 130 of the 200 goal completed. Shoutouts to Bintalk. Fucking legend. Holy shit. Holy shit. And the other rando that sent me a fucking donation yesterday when I was on break. Bintalk and somebody else sent me a donation. I didn't get a notification for it. I just fucking was like all of a sudden in my PayPal, and I was like, what the hell? And it was like, oh yeah, donating to get or to help with the monitor. And I was like, I didn't know that until I checked my Streamlabs, like actually went on the web browser to check my Streamlabs like donation history. It didn't come up on my producer. So part of the reason I knew it was a bug, right? So shout outs to that Manuel guy for donating $30 too. That was super sick. That was super sick. So we're 130, right? 130. Let's fucking go. Bintalk and Manuel, shout outs to both of you. Appreciate the support of the stream so we can get these voice acting streams back. Freaking legends.
I would look at per capita.
When you look at but per capita per when? Because women were often controlled by men's decisions, even if they were queen. They were told what to do.
Just to be clear, the queen was told what to do?
Yes.
No, they weren't. No, the fuck they weren't. If you were royalty, you had the ultimate authority in a monarchy. What the queen says goes if she's the only one left in the monarchy and hasn't married into another, situation where there's another king. What the queen says goes. If the queen orders that fucking baker on 5th Street just gets to get publicly executed because he made her bread wrong, that's what's gonna fucking happen. Regardless if all the knights are like, maybe you should give him a second chance. She's, nah, fuck that guy. Guillotine, now. Like, that's what's gonna happen. She gets the ultimate authority, buddy.
So both kings and queens have counselors, but they're never told what to do.
Yeah,
they have ultimate power.
Were you there?
No, Brian's right. They have ultimate power.
How would you be able to make the claim?
It's just clear that the women who are in power were not actually in power because of stories they've told, stories we've heard.
What stories have you heard? Because I actually have a fucking history section of my channel, and I have never heard any of those fucking stories, and I've done a lot of research. Like a lot of fucking research on the Middle Ages specifically, even, right? What queens were being ruled by people that were under them? None.
of different men telling them, like, by the way, you should do this, because just because you're queen doesn't mean you have political.
A suggestion is not the same as forcing someone to listen to you. Hey, you should do this is not the same as, hey, do this or I'm going to remove you from your position of power. It's not the same thing. Having an advisor advise you to do or not to do something is not them forcing you to do it. The queen could have said no. She probably thought about it, was like, yeah, that's a good idea. I probably should do that. That doesn't make her being controlled by men. All you're doing is making the argument that men had the better idea, that the queen would go with. Another solution, we could send all these feminists to their own state and let them run a state for a year, see how that works. Who's for creating the state of Amazonia for the science? Nah, send them the fuck out of here, dude. Send them the fuck out of here. You know what I gotta say? For all the people that are coming to this country and being like, the United States needs Sharia law. Let's send all of our feminists to the Middle East so you can have feminists. So you can have fucking feminists. Let's see how well your fucking country handles the propaganda, assholes. We can have a propaganda war. We'll just send all our feminists over there.
Knowledge passed down from you from generations. Multiple queens were sold to kings to, like, just be there.
Wait, hold on.
Wait a second. Multiple queens were sold to kings? No, that's not typically how that worked. And yes, queens were taught through a long line of generations. It was usually the grandmother who taught the mother, who taught the daughter. Etiquette, class, exactly how to be as a queen. In fact, they were most, if not all of their childhood was dedicated to learning the proper queen or rulerly etiquette. And that shit was very proper. This was taught by women, not by men. This was taught by the mom. The queen taught the princess how to be a queen. Like she was taught the queen before her, right? If we're talking about multi-generational lineage of that shit. Now, if we're going to go to the whole, some queens were sold to kings. No, most oftentimes, while that may have happened a couple of times, right? I'll give you that a couple of times, maybe. Most of the time, it was royalty marrying other royalty. Why? For either protection or to ensure that that country wasn't going to invade this country. It was for political gain a lot of the time. And you had to be royalty to marry other royalty. It wasn't just some fucking farm chick picked up off the peasant land. No. No. It was a princess who was being raised to be a queen. Married into another family with the prince, so that one day when they become a unit, right, and they take over the respective kingdoms, those two kingdoms now become a city-state. That is how that fucking works. Not some nonsense where people are just getting sold off. No, that's inaccurate. Absolutely inaccurate. You had to be royalty to marry into royalty. That's how that fucking works and has worked for all of history when it comes to royalty.
So just to be clear, okay. So you have the queen who's married to the king who's in power.
But which queen are you talking about?
Hold on. So,
any of them.
The monarchy can pass down through hereditary lines.
It's always to the son, though.
Right, but if there is no son, it goes to
the daughter.
Right, and we've seen this all throughout history. If you look at England, for example, there were plenty of queens.
When?
You mean the one that was in power, like the one that just died?
Yeah, the queen.
Yeah, the queen.
Yeah, the queen.
Yeah, and then there was Queen. I'm not an expert in like the
Queen Victoria
of England and Britain, but
like
I believe Queen was it Queen Victoria?
Yeah.
Queen Elizabeth?
Yeah.
So
the
there's
Queen of England?
Yeah, the Queen of England. So there's been plenty of queens who, it wasn't just like thrust upon them through marriage. They became the queen through hereditary lines.
Yep.
But a majority of queens come through marriage lines because even if you're the eldest daughter, the castle, the royalty line goes to the oldest son.
But if there is no eldest son or the son dies, then yes,
well,
the queen.
Then they kept trying for a son as much as they could.
Yeah, sure. Sometimes.
But they would teach the queen, you have to start a war. You have to do these things that a man would do.
The count? Who?
I don't know.
If all women were involved in being like not just one queen, there wouldn't be any wars. There's still wars because all the other men are out there trying to fight. So if it was all women queens,
there's no way to actually.
If it's all women queens, there wouldn't be any wars. Like, these bitches didn't go to high school, bro. Women are vastly more disgusting to each other than men are to women, or men are to men. Like, the amount of fuck you, 1 second, I'm your best friend, and then I'm gonna shove a firecracker up your ass and blow your intestines to smithereens the next, is crazy, dude. The way women treat each other, if it was all queens, holy fuck. Holy shit, that would be a disaster. That would be a disaster. Just look at human nature and how females interact with each other. Man, there'd be no such thing as a strategic alliance. There would only be emotional alliances. Oh my God. Becky. Queen Becky didn't compliment my nails. I'm gonna bomb her country. Like, what the fuck, dude? Get the hell out of here.
Prove it because you'd have to go back in time and change the course of history.
What do you mean?
I believe that if women were in charge for most of the world, there'd be way less war than there is today.
No,
but
there would be way more.
But that's just an assertion. Okay. What's the argument for why that would be?
Because we've only had wars really attacked and chosen by men in this current day and age.
There's been plenty, again.
Yeah, I mean, if all of the leaders are men, then how many women are going to be going to war? Oh yeah, they're not because they can't. Your statistic doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no weight in your argument. It is skewed so far and beyond anything that it means nothing. It doesn't hold any weight and make your argument valid. It actually makes you look stupid.
And historically, I don't have live recall for like a specific war that some queen in the 16th century started.
Exactly.
Okay.
Argentina, Thatcher, Margaret.
You got to speak into the mic.
Margaret Thatcher, Argentina. She started the war. Margaret Thatcher started the war.
Yep.
Taking the Malvina Islands from Argentina. I'm Argentina. I know that part of the story. She was a woman, and she motivated, and she started a war. Not to be against you, but it just came to my mind.
Of course.
There's many women.
Fucking see, women are shady, man. Not to be against you or nothing. Oh no. I don't want any confrontation. But in her head, dude, fucking gears are turning, bro. She's like, she has already roasted this chick in chair number 1 like 100 times in her head. She's not willing to say it out loud. If she could hide behind a throne, she would.
The war was started for?
Excuse me?
Do you know what the war was started for?
For the islands.
She just said that.
Islands. The islands that are right next to Argentina. England took them.
And
Margaret Thatcher did. She was the first minister of England.
Okay.
And I was back there. It was in 1982. I was a junior.
Margaret Thatcher did a lot of questionable shit, dude. Like, a lot of questionable shit. It's a good example to bring up, not gonna lie. Like, that's a great example to bring up. Holy fuck. That's actually kind of funny.
And there was a war, and in my country was a war because of Margaret Thatcher. I have a second one, Christina Kirchner. She brought the most violence in Argentina in the history of Argentina.
Thank you, Seth.
So I think
I
what you're
can't-
saying is true.
I can't confirm or deny that. I don't know anything about Argentinian history. Argentinian history. Well, enjoy the stream, everyone. I'll see you when you're done with the stream. Let's go. Enjoy doing whatever you're going to do.
And there's a lot of cases, but there's other cases. I think you're focusing on things that really happened. I think you're right, it happened, but no, women brought a lot of violence.
In any case,
All the
both
time.
parties are going to commit violence. But if you look at per capita, I think
Per
men are
capita.
more likely to commit
Wrong.
violence for reasons that aren't.
The study that Brian brought up earlier is a per capita study. It has to be that way because there's been such a huge discrepancy between male leaders and female leaders throughout history. It has to be done per capita. That's the only way it becomes an accurate statistic.
Justified than women. And women at least plan things out a little bit.
So you're saying men don't plan things out?
No.
Men don't plan things out, huh? Rome needs water. A man plans out the aqueducts. Like, we need to get across this body of water. Man creates boat. Oh shit. Oh shit. Those are just two. We don't plan anything out. Women are the ones that plan everything. Right. Okay. Where? When? Prove it. Don't just make assertions without any kind of proof. Because then they're just nonsensical claims.
I don't agree with that.
You think?
I mean,
You
it
think there's no-
depends. I haven't seen all the war plans of America. I haven't seen all the war plans of different countries. But if you look at the biggest terrorist groups, the biggest groups that have committed mass violence, all of them are led by men. And if you look at the groups that have been led by women, they're much more peaceful per capita.
Wrong.
No, it's just fundamentally not true. Again, they've done analysis
How?
per capita. If they've looked at female leaders historically, they were just as, if not more likely to start wars than men.
Exactly.
But when?
Why would that
Throughout all of
Because
history.
a lot of women in early years were completely controlled by men.
Can we even consider that a claim and not just a delusional pipe dream? I mean, no, you could definitely consider it a delusional pipe dream because that's about all it is.
Even if they were in power or not.
Well,
You don't
typically,
believe that?
No, typically with monarchies, the monarch, especially historically, they had
Holds
absolute
all of
power.
the
But
power.
women aren't in the
100% of the
even
power.
1800s.
Well, we're talking about
Women who
hundreds
had
years
power.
of time.
Exactly. You are too. Women who
We're talking about thousands of years. Like, fuck. If you want to argue for a ancient lost society like Atlantis or a global flood society, right? Going back further than the Younger Dryas, which is right around when Göbekli Tepe started. If we're going to go back that far, that's like tens of thousands of years, 11,500 years ago. What are you talking about? Like, this shit goes back for all of human history, bro. Millions? I don't think human beings have been around for millions of years. I think it's like human beings in their modern form have been around for, I want to say 200,000 years, something like that.
had power were raised and taught by only men.
Don't quote me on that. It could be something as low as 80,000 years, but I'm pretty sure it's like 200K.
And a lot of their decisions were made by men.
What do you mean their decisions were made by men?
They were told what to do. They were told what is right. They were taught what is right by not women, not like open. You know how like in today's world, schools aren't fully allowed to teach religion if they're a public school and not like a Catholic school? Women who were born into royalty and who they knew they were going to have to be royalty for the rest of their lives were not taught by parties who were like, you know.
No, they were taught by their mothers, who were taught by their mothers, who were taught by their mothers. And the Queen's Aid, too. The Queen's Aid had a lot of help in teaching the princess how to be a queen and the proper etiquette. The proper female etiquette and behavior. How to have class. How to be above what is the peasant female. Because everything was classist back in the day. Classism. Because at least some people strived to be a tier above everybody the fuck else.
They were taught by parties who were very much for one thing.
Do you think you could maybe give an example? I'm sorry. Do you think you can give an example, maybe?
Marie Antoinette. She's one of my favorite examples.
What?
Marie Antoinette was beheaded because she said, quote unquote, let them eat cake, even though she never said that. She was taken from Austria when she was very young and moved to France. She barely even spoke the language. She was married to one of the kings.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled pepper.
This chick is so wrong.
The king went under. Everyone blamed her for being a bad person and for not caring about the poor when she genuinely had no real clue what was going on. She was just kept to be married to the king, and then she was beheaded because she was an evil person. However, she genuinely had no clue what was happening.
Do you have another?
So, just throwing this out there, like, Marie Antoinette, just throwing that out there. Just fucking throwing that out there. Continue.
For example?
I'm not completely caught up on English kings and queens, but I've
why
been to Europe and I've heard lots of stories of different queens that have just, even if they had their own mind and even if it's documented that they had their own ideas, you have to
like, she was legitimately caught plotting against the French state. Like, what are you talking about? She's one of my favorite examples. A treasonous traitor? What the fuck is wrong with you? Tell me you have no idea about history without telling me. Without telling me. Zero knowledge. None.
understand that at that time, every woman's life was controlled by men.
Yeah, that's why I said human beings in their modern form, right? Our modern human being form, what we are now, hasn't changed in the last 200,000 years. That's why it's perfectly reasonable to speculate that there could have been a pre-global flood ancient civilization that was, the human species was damn near wiped out. And we had to claw back from, we were sent back to the Stone Age, right? Now, am I going to say that they were as technologically advanced as we are now? No, I don't know. I wasn't fucking there. But somehow the pyramids around the world were built. Somehow there's, structures in cities that are under the water and would have been coastline, cities during the Ice Age. The Younger Dryas, we know there was a extreme warming in the temperature that melted a lot of the glacial water. And all that water's got to rush somewhere. Just saying. Global flood.
Their father's word was the word of God. They had no clue what was wrong and what was right.
What?
And so them believing that whatever...
Human beings have had an ethical code of knowing right and wrong for basically all of history. And there are many things on that list that are pretty consistent in all cultures throughout the planet through all of history. Like, don't murder anybody. If it's not just, you can't just go around killing people. That's pretty big one. Pretty big one.
Whenever a man said, like, let's do war, let's do this.
I wasn't trying to argue, just sharing what I looked up. Yeah, I got you. What we consider civilization, 6K, yeah, I don't believe that at all. Göbekli Tepe is fucking like 11,000 or 10,000 years old. Like, we've already debunked the civilization being 6,000 years old thing. Sumerians were 8,000 years ago. Like, bro. Babylonians were shortly after the Sumerians, and they were thought to be a myth for a long time until Babylonia was discovered. Troy was thought to be a myth for a long time until Troy was discovered. Like, mainstream archaeology has an incentive to hide a bunch of shit and, run the narrative the way that it's run because they don't like to be the one that's wrong. Well, guess what? If you watch any of Graham Hancock's work, you will be pretty quickly and pretty swiftly convinced that there most likely was a civilization pretty advanced before the global flood happened, which is a confirmed thing. Like, I know that people still say it's a flood myth. I don't think it's a myth. I think that's pretty much confirmed because all civilizations on the planet that were, even by mainstream archaeology, even by mainstream archaeology's definition, had no contact with one another, all have a flood myth, a worldwide flood myth, and some kind of Noah-esque story that goes with it. Like the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Scandinavians have one, the Chinese have one, fucking, like, all cultures, the Mayans, the Aztecs, all cultures have a flood myth. So, is it a myth? Or is that actual history? Pretty sure it's actual history. Randall Carlson does a really good job of proving the ancient flood, too. Like, if you don't know who Randall Carlson is, I highly suggest looking up Randall Carlson and watching some of his content, because, like, that guy is a fucking genius. That dude is a genius. What's up, Chase? Unsubbed and left numerous discords, cleaning out the trash. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Like Jordan Peterson says, clean your room, bucko. Yeah.
Let's whatever. They thought it was correct because that was the only thing they were being told. It's very sad, and a lot of women had their own ability to.
Do you want to push back? You seem like you want to push back. I got to get up. Go ahead.
I'm not sure entirely about this, but I'm pretty sure in the 1900s, maybe 1800s, in England, I think it was for the right to vote, they burned a lot of factories down. Do you think they were led by men to do that?
No, I think they were fighting for their rights.
Oh, so when they're fighting for their rights, it's okay to do violence. It's okay to do violence if you're fighting for your rights. Well, what about every war that men were fighting to either defend their rights, right? What about all the wars where men went to war to defend their fucking rights? Are those men bad? Are those man bad? Oh, because those rights didn't include women, so man bad. Man bad. But when women fight for their rights, it's okay to burn down factories. It's okay to burn down a Wendy's. The fuck, dude? Get the hell out of here. We could see evidence of a flood in every instance of history. It has been proven by science. Yeah, exactly. I mean, between Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson, they pretty much proved it. And they've been considered quacks by mainstream archaeology for a long time. No, fuck mainstream archaeology. Them sons of bitches, man. They don't know a goddamn thing. They don't know a goddamn thing.
By burning down factories.
The factories they were forced to work in for no money? Yeah.
They were getting paid. That's false. They were getting paid to work in those factories.
You gotta rage when you're trying to protest and stuff like that. You
gotta rage when you're trying to protest? Oh man, Gandhi would disagree with you. You know what happened when Gandhi did his peaceful protest? He got India's independence from Britain. You know what happened when Martin Luther King did his peaceful protests? The civil rights movement took the fuck off. It almost seems like peaceful protests are the way to go to ensure what the hell you want to be done. Why? Because if they retaliate in a physical form on a peaceful protest and you don't respond with force but get force thrown up and thrust upon you, it sure as hell makes the person look bad. The person who's applying the force. And so they lose all the support, and the peaceful protest gains the support. It's almost like peace is the better option. But no, you have these feminists like, you gotta fight. You gotta burn the shit down. You gotta do it. Proving the violence scenario that women are oftentimes would just go straight to the violent scenario. Why? Because that's how it makes them feel. They get mad. They get mad. I gotta destroy stuff because I'm mad. I'm run by my emotions. Yeah, I'm sure Martin Luther King was pissed a lot of the time. Guess what? He was in control of his fucking emotions. Oops. Does it take you days to comment on? Yeah.
You can't.
I'm not commenting on the whole stream, just this short history part, and then we'll move into the next video, right? I've got two. It's a twofer. But the next one, the chick is based as fuck. If I'm going to take your faith in humanity, crush it, crumble it, and destroy it, burn it, set it on fire, like bury it, pee on it, dig it back up, shit on it, bury it again, and then hand it back to you, I have to be able to restore that faith in humanity. And I will. I will restore that faith in humanity by having a based female and her video appear immediately after this.
Earlier you said that women in leadership roles don't commit violence.
I didn't say that.
I
said they're less likely
in a
to.
misogynistic world where everyone is violent, women are going to be violent inherently. They're going to become violent because of the societal,
No, they're going to become violent because they have no reign on their own emotions. They're not taught to have reign on their emotions. They're taught to be violent and fight for their independence and fight for this and fight for that. That's what the feminist movement is and has been the entire time. It's a revolutionary movement. I'm not saying it's revolutionary as like, oh my God, we should embrace it. I'm saying it's a fucking revolution starter. Whether the revolution has a bad outcome or not is, depends on whatever kind of revolution it is. But feminism is a revolution. In and of itself, that's the definition of feminism. You gotta fight. Fight, 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 fight. Everything's about fighting. Seems to me women are pretty fucking violent. Farney, welcome in. Oof, I just had one of my best friends in 20 plus years come out to me as trans tonight. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I am sorry to hear that another one has bitten into the propaganda and fallen for the fad. That sucks. Somewhat off topic, but you mentioned acting on feelings. Yeah, no, I that's not off topic at all. Not off topic at all. I say good luck, Ninja. I have no faith. We're doomed. I think you can fix it, Farney, before it's too late. I hope so. Always an honor. Yeah. You already started HRT? Yeah, you can get off of that. As long as you're not on it for like years, you can get off of it and reset your body's hormones, right? You can reset that stuff. As long as it's gotten to soon enough. You can't go like 2 or 3 years taking HRT and then expect your body to just whip back to the way it was. But human beings are pretty adaptable, man. You can go through a situation for a prolonged period of time and still go back to normal. Legit, the result of feminism, by the way? Yeah, absolutely. 100%. 100%. Feminism is just communism in disguise. That's all it is. It's just communism.
Projection of everyone.
It is one of the arms of communism, right? One of the body parts of communism. If communism is the head, right? Feminism is one of the arms. Let's see, the racial movements are another one of the arms. Hopefully he wakes up
what's your question?
He has a wife and kids too. Yeah.
Do you think women?
Well, earlier you said that.
Yeah, there's something else going on there. What I said about trans people the last time I ranted about that was like There's an underlying problem that they are not willing to address, and so they're trying to mask it by playing pretend and force everybody else to pretend with them so that they can hide behind that facade. When in reality, if they had just fixed the actual problem and issue that is deep within themselves by looking retrospectively inward to find out what that problem is without being afraid of the person you might see on the inside, then we wouldn't have this trans nonsense.
Women in leadership roles commit violence or don't commit violence. And I was just giving you an example
of where they did.
Of them committing violence.
I don't consider that as big of a violent act as what men in government have created. You know, it's not a genocide. It's not some sort of giant war. It's them saying what we're going through is completely unfair. You're making us work in factories for $0. You're abusing us. You're sexually abusing us, and we're over it. And we want equal rights.
Not every war is a genocide. What the fuck? In fact, there have been, like, in terms of wars fought and genocides committed throughout the history of human beings, there has been far less genocides than there has been wars. What the fuck? Very true, bro. I agree 100%. Yeah. It's a victim camouflage to be trans. You get to easily claim the victim if you go trans. Yep.
A revolution is different than a war or a genocide. But I get your point.
Equal rights as in not having a job or...
No, as in...
A revolution is literally a war on the current state of things. Put in layman's terms, what a revolution is it is a war on the current state of things. War is fought in many different ways. It's not just bloodshed.
Women being respected as the same way as men. Women getting equal pay. Women getting equal hours.
Oh, you mean the hours they don't want because they're the ones that take the most vacations? What are we talking about here? What are you... Bro.
I mean, nowadays it's much different. We get very equal stuff somewhat, but...
So then what the fuck are you complaining about? I don't understand. Feminism has gotten everything that it has set out to get. But this is what happens when you give stupid people an inch. They will take a fucking mile. Why? Because their stupidity turns into greed and entitlement.
Back then, it was so different.
Somewhat how?
How they got like dollars and dollars less than men. How they got different hours. How they got treated differently by the boss. How they got no respect in the workplace.
No, I mean somewhat how are we treated unequally now?
The wage gap is one example.
There is no wage gap. There is no such thing as the wage gap. I hate to break it to you. It's non-existent. It's just non-existent. If I went and applied for even okay, let me put it to you this way. I worked at Arby's for a good long time. Moved my way up, got into management. Okay? I was in a management position, as were many other men and women in that franchise. Just want to throw this out there. The GM that trained me to be in that management position was a woman. And she was the most paid out of all of the GMs in the entire state. The most paid out of all of the Arby's GMs in the entire state was a woman. Just fucking saying. That's only one anecdotal example. I'm sure there's millions of examples like that. Why? Because of feminism and how loud it's cried. Oof. I couldn't work at Arby's. The smell in there is awful. No, I fucking love Arby's, man. Are you kidding me? Out of all the fast food places, this is the one place I will continue to still eat. Why? Because I know all of the food. I know how it's prepared. I know how they get their ingredients. I know where the shit comes from. Like, I've seen those roast beefs cut in half. I know that they're real meat, right? I'm not, you know what I mean? I trust Arby's because I have worked for Arby's and know how they run their shit, right? I don't trust McDonald's because I've had friends who work at McDonald's and they have told me of the atrocities in the way that McDonald's is run, and the ingredients in some of their food is not even fucking food. Like, I don't eat most other fast food places because I've had friends that work in these fast food places and they're fucking disgusting. I have worked for Arby's for several years and can attest that their food is actually real food. That's why I eat Arby's.
What? Sexism in the workplace?
She said the wage gap.
I mean, the wage gap is one. That's still a thing. You can't deny that. It might have changed in some states. It might have been different, but it's still an issue.
No, it's not.
There is no wage gap. This has
women,
been
that's
completely,
what I was wondering.
Do you think that
it's
women
been
work
completely debunked by economists.
But I do think men and women can get paid differently for the same job depending where that instance is taking place.
Thank you.
As in, there are men that are willing to do my job for free and would sign up and beg to do my job, and I charge money for what I do.
Well, really quick on the wage gap, but here, you wanted to go?
You just defeat.
Do you think that?
Okay, this is gonna be the end of the whatever portion, right? This is the end of the whatever portion that I was gonna do. But let me ask a question real quick. Why is it that when these women, these feminist women, get into debates, they always bring up points that go directly against what they're arguing for? She just made Brian's point that the wage gap doesn't exist. Like, she's like, oh yeah, there's a shit ton of men that would do my job for free, but I charge for it. Oh, so you make more than all the men in the same field? Oh, that fucking makes sense. Yeah, that's the wage gap. Women earn more. Fucking dumbass, dude. Literally work with all women. There are 3 men who work in our entire building, and the guys all work separate shifts, so we never see each other. Damn. That's gotta drive you fucking nuts, King. That would drive me fucking nuts. I mean, yeah, that would drive me fucking nuts, dude. Holy shit.
A women work as much as men?
Depends where you're asking. Depends who you're asking. It doesn't matter.
In a general basis, do you think they work?
It doesn't
in like the
matter.
office.
Wait, hold on.
I think
Here, let's do this. Explain the wage gap.
Because they're just parroting talking points. Well, I don't even think it's that. I think that they lose track of the conversation at hand and the debate at hand, and they just start throwing stuff out, not thinking, oh shit, this could actually defeat my own argument, and then end up losing the argument because they just throw out some dumb nonsense that actually proves the other side correct.
If I applied for one job and a man applied for the same job, a boss is more likely to give a man, even if it's just 2 pennies more.
No, it's not. The boss is not more likely to give a man more, even if it's 2 pennies. Even if it's 2 pennies. No, that's not how it works. You're stupid. Didn't a guy for Google do the stats found out that women made more than men? Yeah, way more. I work overnight, so I'm alone except the beginning and end of the shift. Dang. Well, that's actually got to be nice. Nice and peaceful. Fucking A. That insults parrots, Blackout. Ah, shit. Fair enough. At least parrots don't lose track of the conversation.
A man is more likely to get my job than I am because a boss who may or might not even be a woman.
Chick, you don't even have a job. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what the definition of work is.
It's still no. Let's say I'm pregnant and I apply for a job. I probably will get rejected because I'm pregnant.
No
but a man
shit.
will get that job,
Okay,
even if his
so-
wife is pregnant.
Because
So hold on.
I'm going to let Brian defeat this one because he did a really good job, right? So we're just going to sit back and let Brian win.
Because I'm going to take a
W.
leave of
Brian.
absence,
W.
and it's
Brian
fair
Atlas.
to say listen, you're completely qualified for this job, but in 9 months you're going to give birth. I can't handle that. What if I get the job and I give birth 2 years later?
I would say that.
Hold up. What if I get the job and I give birth 2 years later? You're going to carry that child in your womb for 2 years? Woman, get the fuck off the internet. Get off the internet.
The first
Get out of here.
Process, new hires, they'll want someone that will work for a longer period of time at first.
Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, I think that's totally fair.
Wait, hold on. Aren't you making an advocation that women should occupy a majority of positions of political power? So wouldn't it actually be within your logical framework actually okay for discrimination? You're just okay with discrimination towards men, but discrimination towards women is not okay.
I'm not saying that men shouldn't be allowed to be in a political space.
Aren't you a female supremacist?
No.
Hold on, you said you were a misandrist.
Misandrist is different than a female supremacist.
Not really. I mean, not fucking really. If you're a woman who hates men, which is what a misandrist is, and if feminism is for all women power, then I stand with the woman, is what she said. Then guess what? You're a female supremacist. Oh shit. All evidence points to you being a female supremacist. You're a fucking lying piece of shit, is what you are. You're a lying piece of shit. And you've been busted. You've been busted. You have been debunked. Her body language is screaming, I'm wrong, and can't make the void in her skull to shut up, so I will prepare to defend myself. Yeah, exactly.
Listen. A female supremacist would say men should not be allowed.
I don't think they would necessarily say that.
That's what I believe.
I think a male supremacist would say like, oh, well, women could do these sorts of jobs and, but they wouldn't just outright perhaps ban women from the workforce.
A male supremacist would say women should.
No, you're wrong. What is supremacy? Let's look at the word supremacy. Superior to, okay? A male supremacist believes that men are superior to women. So, that doesn't necessarily logically follow that they would just eject all women from the fucking workforce. No, a male supremacist's argument would solely be, no matter what job it is, a man can do it better. That's it. That's it. Just men are superior. That's all that is.
Not be allowed in the political spectrum. And I would say...
well, we're talking about something different now. You're talking about the political spectrum. We were talking about the workforce.
I thought you were talking about political.
By the way, just to be clear, I'm not making an advocacy. I'm not making an advocacy for some supremacy one way or the other. I'm saying this is probably what they would say, but I'm a little confused because you were making an advocation towards, you're saying women are better at XYZ, ergo they should have an overabundance of representation in politics and the workforce.
I never said that.
Yes, you did.
What you did say then.
I personally believe, and I don't speak for everyone in the U.S., I personally believe in a perfect world, women would have a little bit more power. Even if they...
Hold on.
Even if they were just
That's not what you said.
Oh, I said women are better.
Okay, women are better.
And I believe that.
And so,
but I can't enforce that on...
Then that's female supremacy. Women are better. Female supremacy. Like, fucking hate to break it to you. The arms crossed, she turns away from a woman next to her and is physically aligned towards the exit. Yeah. Her body language does say it all. You are correct, Smoking Spaceman. I'm a male supremacist king. Let's go. W King.
Everyone, and I'm a positive of that.
Wait, what do you mean you can't enforce it?
I can't tell everyone in the entire U.S. women are better, and if you don't vote for only women, I'm going to kill you. I can't say that. So I think...
you could say it.
But I can't. I think women deserve way more recognition in not only the political workspace, but in like everything workspace, environmental, political, everything workspace.
All right. You go work on an oil rig. Let's see it. Let's see you put on the equipment and go do underwater welding. Let's see you go into a factory and lift the fucking materials it takes to build a tank. In fact, let's see you design a tank. Let's see you operate farm equipment and go spend 12 hours a day out on the farm. In all areas, huh? In all areas, right. You mean all the areas that women are willing to do. Just saying. Just fucking saying.
Women should get a little bit more, because right now it is mainly men known for being.
Hold on, we're all over the place here. So I want to bring it back to Charlie Kirk, but first, really quick to.
The irony is, if a white person said that they are better than the blacks, she would call them white supremacists. These people have rocks for brains. Literally, that's a good point, Farney. Come on, Ninja, at least say let's design a bicycle before you say tank. Nah, man. Nah, she wants equality in all areas. Fucking idiot, dude. Fucking idiot. Here's my hot take. Men would make better mothers. I'm not saying they should stay at home and be moms, but if we wanted to, we could. Yeah, I mean, dude, even these feminists, like the hardcore leftists that are feminist and support LGBTQ, they defeat themselves on a regular basis by saying, "Oh yeah, he's allowed to be a woman," and then that trans man goes and dominates their sports. So that means that men are better at being women too, by their own admission. They let themselves get fucking steamrolled, dude, and they sit there and they fight for it because they're emotional nonsense. Like, duh, fucking idiots.
To get through the wage gap. So you were saying. So I'm going to put aside the comments about, you're saying that there's inequality when it comes to hiring practices. Let's assume both a man has the same job, a woman has the same job. When you're essentially making the argument that woman gets paid, I've heard different numbers, 70 cents, 80 cents, whatever it is. Explain that component of it to me, where women make less.
Women get hired for less than men. Sometimes men are more likely to not settle for a smaller amount because women know that they can't get much better jobs in like a high corporate position.
Okay, here's the last part, right? This is the one thing that I want to defeat the entire time aside from the history section. What she just said. Women realize that they're going to get paid a lot less. No, women convince themselves that is the case and thusly have set in their own mind a parameter in which they are afraid to ask for more. So men who don't have that same kind of inner working in their brain are more apt to go to a job and say, I will not accept anything lower than $35 an hour. Let me show you why, and then show you the most perfect weld you've ever seen in your life. Now, the female welder with the same skills, the same ability to weld just as well, is going to go in there with this predetermined belief because you assholes keep perpetuating this nonsense, this stupid feminist propaganda. They're already going to go in there with that fucking twisted belief, and guess what? It's going to deter them from asking for more. So really, you're the ones screwing women over in the workplace by perpetuating this nonsensical bullshit instead of encouraging women to ask for what their merit is worth. Just like men do. You want to know why my parkour classes are $400 a month? $100 a week? Because I have 25 plus years worth of martial arts experience and longer doing what is the essence of parkour and free running. I have over 2 decades of experience, almost 3. You're goddamn right I'm not going to accept anything less, because the goals that you will set for yourself, fitness-wise, self-defense-wise, and parkour and free running or human movement-wise, you're going to achieve regardless. That is a guarantee. That will happen. I have never, in the history of teaching over the last 7 years, I have never once had a dissatisfied fucking customer or client. Never once. Beginner course, $400. Takes 1 month. It's $100 a week. It's fucking worth it. Fucking worth it. Every cent. If you'd spend 70 grand on a new car that you're going to trade in 7 years, you should be willing to spend $400 on the fitness knowledge to make yourself, however the hell you want to be body type wise for the rest of your fucking life. Like, fuck, man. Are you kidding me? Women don't make these kinds of decisions, though. They make decisions based off of what feels good. You know how many fitness clients I've had that were women that are just like, I want to feel better about myself? That is what they start with. You know what men usually tell me? I want to be able to bench this much. I want to be able to lift this much. Deadlift, squat, bench, you name it. Whatever the fuck their goal is fitness-wise, it's always a set number. It's always logistic. It's not, I want to feel a certain way. It's, I want to hit this particular goal. Men's brains are wired wildly different than females' brains. Women can't seem to accept that nowadays. It's very unfortunate. All jobs are men's jobs besides one, birthing children and given time, men will solve this one too. Yeah. I bet you we already can. There's already artificial wombs we've grown goats in, clone goats. I'm sure you could clone a human being and grow it in an artificial womb. There's just morality questions that come into play there, right? Like, is it okay for human beings to play God? I personally, I'm conflicted on the cloning, the human cloning thing, right? I am wildly conflicted on that. I don't have a set, like, this is exactly how I think or feel it should be, because I could make an argument for both sides, right? For both sides of the equation that would actually logically work. A non-emotional, non-religious argument for why it would be ethical, and a non-emotional, non-religious argument for why it would be unethical. So that one's a hard one, the human cloning one. That's a hard one for me. Spaceman, they've already created artificial womb. Yeah, exactly. Just need to solve a way to produce the egg. Well, yeah. I mean, fuck. The way stem cells are, you just fund stem cell research a little bit. You turn that stem cell into a, an ova or whatever the hell, real quick. You could turn that, oh, goddamn it, dogs are out, they're barking. You could turn that into a ova real quick. You just have to fucking, trigger it the right way so that that's what it turns into. God damn it. Fucking Cheryl let the dogs out, and so they're like running around barking and shit. I'm like, shut the hell up. Do your thing. I'd be interested in hearing those arguments sometime. All right, maybe I'll do a whole episode on that, cloning. And we'll watch some stuff, and I'll give my take on that, kind of like I'm doing right now with whatever, and what I'm about to do with this other chick. This other chick's podcast. Again, she's kind of based. So that's what we're going to do next. We're going to hop into that one. Because, holy shit, I cannot listen to this chick just vocally vomit all over Brian and not make any logical sense whatsoever. Just make a bunch of wild claims that have zero arguments to back them up. Like, I wanted to do this segment on this chick specifically because, holy shit, this is how a lot of younger women think nowadays. It's a travesty. It's a travesty. They don't think. They just feel. And then they talk with their emotions. No logic, no thought process, no, calculation. Just fucking vocal vomit, dude. I'm right because I feel like it. Things should be this way because it makes me feel weird that they're not. Right? You ever ask yourself why they're the fuck not that way? No, you probably haven't asked the question why in your entire life. You've just been like, they should be. I'm the smartest ever. I know what I'm talking about. Happiness and love. Okay, hippie. Okay, hippie. But yeah, I'm going to take a short break. It's fucking hot in this room. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. And then I will be right back with another video. But this chick that we're about to watch is way more based. Way more based. And will redeem some faith in humanity that this chick here in chair 1 has completely obliterated. Right? Oh, look, the Y-Files. Shout out to the Y-Files. Let's go. Let's go. Anyways, I'll be right back. And then we'll watch some based stuff. And we'll be happy about it.
I've been drinking water for some time, picking up the parts of my life. Didn't get to solve it this time. How am I to break apart? Don't tell me why we can't collide. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Don't you feel it? On the break of dawn, I'll follow you to carry on. On the break of dawn, I'll follow you to carry on.
Holy shit! Goddamn! That was a good one. Fucking motherfucker. Alright. Back with another segment of combating stupidity. With the one, the only, the based shoe on the head. Right? This chick's pretty cool. As far as I'm concerned. She's kind of based. Kind of based. Hold on before we get started. Alright. Let's unmute the video. Fucking.
Men. What do they want? Money? Status? Fast, expensive cars? What is the ultimate male fantasy? Is it fame? Fortune? 3 hot chicks at once? Hell yeah,
buddy.
brother. No, according to men on the internet, it's something a little more simple.
I don't know. Not to be the ultimate degen coomer, but like 3 women at the same time though. What up? Just kidding. Ah, shit, bro.
This is literally just a fetish. I fucking hate men so much. Men are why we can't have nice things. As I was working on an upcoming video, I made the terrible mistake of logging onto Twitter, where I saw
X. Logging on to X. It's not Twitter anymore. Come on. Let's change the name, people. Let's call it by its appropriate name. Sean Head has some okay takes, but are they her own? Yeah, I genuinely believe they're her own. I genuinely believe that there are women who actually are kind of based. There are. There are women that are based, albeit rare. They are out there, I assure you.
this post. A montage from the anime Josie, the Tiger, and the Fish, a movie about a college student who's assigned to take care of a paraplegic girl, and spoiler, eventually they fall in love. Many men were yearn posting in the replies of this tweet and talking about how they wish to fall in love and would love a relationship like this, while many others, mostly women, were absolutely f***ing disgusted at this. Why would a bunch of men be fantasizing about being with a woman in a wheelchair? Seems...
Why the fuck not? Like, why the fuck not? Like, let's be real here. I thought this initially, the first, 5 minutes of watching this video. It occurs to me that the wheelchair wouldn't even be the basis behind the guys commenting, right? I don't think the wheelchair was the main thing here. I really don't.
It's pretty creepy and predatory, right? Also just unrealistic and problematic. Well, in this video, we are going to be talking about why so many men resonated to that clip and this movie, and why so many people are so confused as to why. We are also going to be reading some absolutely unhinged tweets, as usual, to get to the bottom of why such a wholesome post turned into, once again, another battlefront for the ongoing, never-ending gender war. Men versus women, women versus men, the male loneliness epidemic, the female loneliness epidemic, the dealing with dating apps. Do men prefer thin women or curvy women? Brunettes or blondes? Do women like dad bods or fit men?
I don't see why everything has to be so goddamn cut and dry, right? Like, can't people just have their damn preferences without being, looked at like fucking weirdos? Like, you want to know my preference? If I had the ultimate preference, right? If I had to state what my preference would be currently, right now, I would be called a fucking racist. I'd be called all kinds of shit. All kinds of shit. Like an incel, like fucking white supremacist, you name it, bro. You name it. I'd be fucking... Holy shit, man.
Do they like beards or clean shaven? Oh yeah, that reminds me. Let's quickly get into today's sponsor.
The wheelchair thing, what I would suggest is that she needs him and that gives him purpose. Exactly. That's exactly what it is, Smoking Spaceman. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. The most so men, right? Men are happiest when they have a clear and defined purpose in their life. When men don't have a purpose, they are lost and astray, aloof. There's no clear direction for them to go in. Okay? When they have a purpose and they are on that purpose, men are generally happy. Why? Because they have things to figure out. They have a thing to strategize on, something to dwell in their mind and keep them occupied, right? Some problem to solve, some kind of need for them to be there, right? They feel relevant. It's so simple. Anyone seeing something different, having a clue. Exactly. Like, this is why the family is so important. It's because the family, a family, a man having a wife and children and, grandchildren one day, all running around, fucking, living their lives, making granddad proud or dad proud, whatever it is. Like, men, a family is a tangible, real life, in your face, can't deny it, purpose for that man, right? And when you spend so much time spreading all of this feminist propaganda that cuts these men down, cuts them down and emboldens these women to leave their men for whatever reason, when marriage is supposed to be through thick and thin, you know what I mean? Like, when you have all this feminist propaganda running around and all these women leaving men, you're cutting out the most tangible purpose. Because, like, look, my purpose in this world is to save as many lives as I possibly can in a future sense, right? By giving people the ability with their bodies to get out of dangerous situations, by giving people the ability with their bodies to become fit and healthy so that they have the less likelihood of ramping up all kinds of weight-related diseases, to save people and give them the ability with their body to defend themselves from an aggressor of any kind. That is my purpose. That is why I teach parkour. That is why I exist on this planet, have participated and practiced martial arts and parkour for what is the greater portion of my life. I have a clear-cut purpose. Guess what? It's not fucking tangible. That is a purpose in the ethos that I've created for myself. Having a family is tangible. That is in front of me. That is something I can touch, I can smell, I can hear on a daily basis. That is a physical, tangible purpose for me to wake up in the morning, for me to do everything, for me to get shit done. Intangible purposes don't guarantee that you have something greater to live for. You can ditch intangible purposes at a whim, but a tangible purpose is a completely different story. Marriage is forever regardless of circumstances? It should be. It absolutely should be.
Henson shaving. You ever just accept that some products are just
Okay, let's be real. The blonde looks way better, even though it's not her natural hair color.
garbage? Like, for years, I thought ripping your tights on the first wear was just a part of being a human woman. We just accepted that. That's just how it is, sweetie. But that shouldn't be how it is. It's a bad design. And that's why I like Henson shaving. Because if you've ever used a multi-blade razor, you're...
The fuck does rip it? Like, do y'all's hairs really rip tights like that? Do y'all really rip tights like that with your fucking leg hair? Like, what the fuck? That's crazy, bro.
Probably sick of the irritation, the razor burn, the overpriced blades, and you probably think,
holy
that's just the way
shit.
it is. But it doesn't have to be.
That is just the way it is. Let's get past the advertisement, though. Like, we're not going to waste time on the advertisement. Come on now.
Well, thank you. Big thanks to Henson Razor for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad.
Oh, I skipped the ad.
Right?
I skipped the ad. I skipped the ad on stream. What are you going to do? Ah, shit. Skipped it. Sorry, I'm not getting paid for your promotion, so I'm skipping the ad.
I am not an anime connoisseur. In fact, I basically know nothing about anime. I am probably the most tourist of all the tourists.
Major L, not knowing anything about anime. Like there's one thing in the world that you could know about, and that's anime. Major L. Shoe on head. Yeah, there is a shoe on your head for having not known about anime.
Yeah, hi. I have a question. Was the upskirt shot necessary in order to advance the plot?
Fan service. Fan service. All of the weebs would say it is absolutely 100% necessary. Just like this, the outfit on this anime game character. Irony. I mean, at least they covered up the cleavage, right? At least they covered up the cleavage. Like, come on. Let's go.
I watched Pokemon and Sailor Moon when I was a kid, and a few years ago I watched Beastars on Netflix. Legoshi, best boy. Not a furry, by the way. And honestly, that's about it for my anime consumption.
I'm just gonna go ahead and be a dick and say, if you have to say you're not a furry, you're probably a furry. I'm just fucking playing around. I'm just being a dick.
Unless you're counting VTubers. If you're counting VTubers, I watch a lot of anime.
That's not
But
anime.
because of this clip going viral, I watched Josie the Tiger and the Fish, and, well, I thought it was a good movie. I recommend watching it. I thought it was a really cute, good story. I only cried a little bit, and I completely understood what the tweet meant by calling it the average male fantasy. So, what was wrong with it? Why did this clip go so viral in such a...
What was wrong with it? It was a chick flick. That's what was wrong with it. I mean, personally, I wouldn't watch it. I have seen a couple of reviews on it. I wouldn't watch it. It's just not my type of story, right? It's just not. I like animes where shit's blowing up and there's giant robots in space fighting each other with beam swords. I like fucking those kinds of anime.
negative way. Why were thousands of people angry at this post? Well, let us dilly-dally no longer and read some of these angry replies to get a better understanding of what the issue is.
Here we go.
Some male fantasy, and it's fetishizing a disabled girl for him to control.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Like, the fact that you had to throw disabled in there means that you've got some kind of internal shit when it comes to disabled people. Either that or you're jealous, and let me let you know that jealousy is not very becoming of one.
Oh no. They think, oh god, why? Always vulnerable, always happy, always needs you. Pretty perverted.
Going back to what we were talking about earlier with having a clear defined purpose.
Where are these fan fictions coming from? There were like hundreds of tweets just like this. Why did they see a cute montage of a happy couple, a man and a woman happy together? I know, unheard of. Why did they see that and then immediately come to these conclusions?
Because they're the fucking weird ones. Like, what these people don't realize is that's their brain that's coming up with this weird shit that they're asserting onto other people for no fucking reason without any kind of evidence whatsoever. They're the weird ones.
someone who actually watched the movie, Josie is not always happy, and she's absolutely not portrayed as some like vulnerable ooh-woo sex doll waifu. She's boisterous, she kind of has a foul mouth, she's very sassy and headstrong, she like straight up calls him her servant, but she was also very depressed. She basically never left her house. She was basically a girl failure. As a former girl failure, I love to see representation in media. But they actually show her
Shut the fuck
disability,
up.
like,
Come
not
on.
in a good way. Like, they don't romanticize it, they don't sugarcoat it. And I noticed, unlike a lot of movies, unlike a lot of romance movies, at least like the Hallmark kind, where it's like the stuffy male lead learning to live life.
See, like I said earlier, it's a fucking chick flick, dude. Like, it's a chick flick. It's not my style of anime, right? Like, I wouldn't seek it out to watch it on my own. You know what I mean?
From the quirky, cute female lead, he's already got his shit together, and she learns to live life from him. He encourages her to live her dreams, and in return, he learns to live life in a completely different way. And I thought that was really cool and sweet. Also, the animation was really good. Is anime good? Have I been sleeping on anime this?
Yes, you have been sleeping on anime this entire time, and it's a shame. It is a shame that you have slept on anime as long as you have. Like, dude, you have missed some of the greatest stories of all time. If you have not seen anything by Studio Ghibli, I highly suggest go watching literally anything by Studio Ghibli. If I had to pick two to start, it would be Spirited Away and Princess Mononoke. And if I had to tack two on behind that, it would be Castle in the Sky and Howl's Moving Castle.
Entire time? His fantasy is that she becomes permanently disabled and helplessly dependent on him, but can still make him a sandwich. Sounds about right.
What? His fantasy is that she becomes permanently disabled. Highly doubt that. And helplessly dependent on him. Probably not. Probably not. I'm sure there's things he wants to do with his life other than have a person who completely and utterly depends on him 24/7, 365, but can still make a sandwich. Well, she's helplessly dependent on him. How the fuck is she going to be able to make a sandwich? Seems like he's going to be making the sandwiches. Sounds about right. Sounds kind of delusional.
Oh my god, after watching the movie, these tweets are even more insane. But even putting the movie aside, just seeing that like cute montage out of context, where the fuck?
5 curves since.
Good question. Where the fuck? I don't know. I don't know, chick. To be honest with you, I have no fucking clue where these people's fucking brains are at. What they're thinking. Why they're thinking half of this shit. Other than it's some crybaby nonsense, right? They're just crying so that they can get attention on the internet.
Are they getting this? These are very clearly just two happy people. But because the caption was the average male fantasy, their mind immediately goes to the darkest, worst faith interpretation of this. The problem is these people can't see any humanity in men. They can't see any humanity in humanity in general. Average male.
That based, that's true. They can't. They fucking can't see any humanity and humanity in general. They're always fighting back at anything, any and everything, just so that they can get their voice heard. That's all they want is validation, likes, views, whatever the hell it is. They just want all the hearts, all the validation. Oh, I said the thing. I said the thing on X in the comments section. Look at how cool I am. Everybody's gonna agree with my comment. Come on. Average male fantasy equals, quote, girlfriend with no agency who's completely physically dependent on you and forced into a blanket subservience and compliance, end quote. Sounds about right. You males are weird for fetishizing physically disabled women. Again, I don't think the physically disabled part has anything to do with it. Anything to do with it. I really don't.
fantasy equals girlfriend with no agency who's completely physically dependent on you and forced into blanket subservience and compliance. Sounds about right. You males are weird for fetishizing physically disabled women. Average male fantasy is having a physically disabled girl that they can abuse however they want. Got it.
What? What? No! That is not even accurate in any sense of the word. What the fuck? The sad part is a lot of people agreed with it.
Not to be that guy, I'm gonna be that guy. The infantilization.
You're gonna be a guy? I don't know, man. You should probably stick to I'm not gonna be that girl, right? 'Cause, like, I'm gonna be that guy. You should probably stick to I'm not gonna be that girl. Like, fucking A.
Of the physically
You can get roasted online. Probably by me.
disabled here is a little, dare I say, ableist. The implication here that people in wheelchairs
Yeah,
cannot find
hey,
love.
what about that, right? Like, what the fuck? Y'all would be an ableist. That's a good point. From your own fucking perspective, you asshole leftists. What the fuck?
And if they do, the person who loves them literally just loves them because they can't run away. Weird. Average men can't even be nice to their healthy and normal girlfriend. What makes you think they'll be able to handle a disabled person as their lover?
Listen, as it stands in 2025, average men probably don't even have a girlfriend, to be honest with you, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Whoa. Normal? What do you mean by normal? These people are just so ableist, chat. Can you believe it? Chat? I don't even live stream. Who's chat? I'm disabled, blind. So
I do. What's up, chat? See, I can say what's up, chat, because I have a chat. In fact, I have 8 people watching right now. Let's fucking go. Hit the like if you haven't hit the like. Please. And if you're not subscribed, well, that's how you join the Ninja Horde. Right? That's why I'm in the shadows. That is why I'm a ninja in the shadows. Because I am the ninja. And the easiest way to join the Ninja Horde is to subscribe to the channel. So please do that. Somebody call for a BBA? A bull burners assemble, buddy. Let's go. This person says, I'm disabled. Parentheses, blind. So I showed this to my BF. He says, I love you because you're you and you make my days happier. So what if I have to drive you places or help with cooking, cleaning? I would have done that anyway. Disability has nothing to do with it. I love you. Me. Oh.
I showed this to my boyfriend. He says, I love you because you're you, and you make my days happier. So what if I have to drive you places or help you with cooking and cleaning? I would have done that anyway. Disability has nothing to do with it. I love you. Ma'am, I don't know how to tell you this, but, your boyfriend is a rapist. Sorry.
Whoa! Wait a second. I know she's kidding, but like, whoa! Calm down now. I'm not trying to get my live stream tanked, you fucking asshole. Oh,
You had to find out this way. You show this as fantasy because it's not true for the majority of men who participate in abuse of disabled people. No.
Bro. Just not even true. Not even fucking true at all. No, the fantasy is the woman appreciates his efforts to make her happy. Is it? Is that the fantasy?
No, the fantasy is the woman appreciates his efforts to make her happy. Stop lying and abusing women and the disabled.
Just blanket accusation. Like, when I say that the ninja pill, right, is everything is a self-perpetuating psyop that everyone is a part of, but nobody knows that they are a part of it, which continues the cycle endlessly. This is the kind of shit that I mean. These comments right here. Just a part of the psyop. Y'all got psyoped, and now you're a part of it. Now you're spreading the psyop. Idiots.
Your meds, schizo. You don't even know that guy. What do you mean stop abusing women and the disabled?
Seriously.
Who are you? Also, the majority of men participate in abuse of disabled people. Are you okay? The majority of men are not abusers. That is a very, very small minority of men. The majority of men are men that just wake up, take a shit, get out of bed, take a shower, go to work, come home, and wait for GTA 6 to come out.
Facts. I mean, not even wrong, right? Like, not wrong at all. That's what a lot of men do. That's part of the reason that women complain, and this has become a meme of men living with literally nothing. Dude's got a bed on the ground, a TV on a crate, and one little lawn chair with this game system. And it's like, do men really live like this? Yes. Yes, they do, because they don't need much. Like, we just don't. We are the simpler of the two sexes. We are not as complicated. Come on, bro.
That is the majority of men. Men commit 95% of all rape, but okay.
No, they don't. No, the fuck they don't. No, the fuck they don't.
Barging into the romance section of Barnes & Noble like, attention everyone! Rape! Where is that coming from? So close.
50 Shades of Grey, that's where that's coming from. So close, this is fetish content. It's really not. You want to know what's fetish content? The tentacle hentai. Tentacle hentai is fetish content.
This is fetish content. Ah yes, the dirtiest, most taboo of all fetishes. A happy relationship. Honestly, in 2020...
I was just going to say what she's probably about to say, but like, honestly, yeah, nowadays, this probably is a fetish to like want a normal, happy relationship in the world. What the fuck?
That might be true. Oh, you want a wife and kids? You sick fuck.
There's DIY, and there's doing it yourself.
I mean, she's not wrong.
But this is literally just a perverted fantasy, LMAO.
It's not.
You think it's a perverted fantasy because... How do I put this nicely? You are a pervert. Literally seeing a cute montage of a male and female character having fun together, being in love together, and being like, rape! He's a rapist! This is a fetish!
Or he's hurting disabled people, or he just has some weird, strange power dynamic, which is totally not the case, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it is anyways, because I've been psyoped into believing it.
Are these people okay? Stop watching porn. Wait, this is a woman. Okay, stop reading Taken by the Werewolf Billionaire.
Women still watch porn, dude. Women watch. I would argue women watch it out to the same level, and even nowadays, probably more. They probably watch it more. In fact, I know they do. I know they do. Would you like to know how I know that they do? Because they edit all of their OF videos. Most of the women edit all their own videos. They ain't got the money to pay for this place or that place. So that means that they have to watch that shit back. Which is... watching what? Oh, yeah. So I would argue that they consume more porn than men do in 2025. Just based off the millions of OF creators.
Or whatever the fuck you read. I swear to God, some of the shit women read would make the most depraved internet gooner blush.
It would.
Or so I've been told.
Don't lie.
This is literally just a fetish. Okay, listen, I'm not gonna pretend there's nobody out there who's like, she can't run away, she has no legs. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend there's nobody.
Dude, you can't take that from me. That's my sound effect. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? You can't take that from me.
Out there who has a crippled, disabled fetish, okay? I've been on the internet for 20 years. I've been on DeviantArt.
That's it? That's it? You've been on the internet for 20 years? That's it? Holy shit. Holy shit. I wonder if she's actually... I wonder how old this chick is.
I've seen shit you wouldn't believe.
So have I. So have I. Okay? Like, there's some shit that came out in the late 2000s that, man, what the we're not going to get into it.
But the majority of people, probably most, if not all the people responding to this, do not have a cripple fetish, okay? In fact, her being in a wheelchair basically has nothing to do with it. Much like how females coom over, like, vampires or, like I said before, the billionaire werewolf.
Yeah, because they fixate on the what it is, not the overarching bigger picture, right? Oh my god, a sexy werewolf.
Fantasy. This is just the average male fantasy distilled down to its most extreme. So what is the average male fantasy? The average male fantasy is the fantasy of both men and women alike. It is simply to love and to be loved. But more specifically, the male fantasy is...
Wrong. That's just flat out wrong. The average male fantasy is to be a part of a Roman legion, compete in a Colosseum, or die in battle and go to Valhalla. Those are your 3 average male fantasies. You want to know? I just gave them all to you. Just gave them all to you. To be a part of a Roman legion and or, like, you know, the Emperor of Rome. Or to participate in a Colosseum with melee weapons, a suit of armor, and just go ham in melee combat against another man with a melee weapon in a suit of armor. Or to be felled in battle so that they can go to Valhalla and be rewarded with drink, food, and more battle.
To be a protector and a provider for those that they love. Put a pin in this because we are going to come back to this in a big way, trust me. The average male...
Come back? You emphasized come a little bit much there. Like, maybe. The average male fantasy is being a globally known terrorist. Depends on what you're considering a terrorist is.
Fantasy is being a globally known terrorist. The average male fantasy is that a woman who isn't fat. The average male fantasy is actually job security. You know what? These guys may have a point here.
Maybe a little bit, but let's be real. Every man wants to go to Valhalla.
File alert. Men want disabled child wives. Average male fantasy is a disabled child. More proof that men are pedos.
What? All of these are girls, by the way, that are commenting. Some of them are guys, but like most of these comments are coming from women. That's a little girl. This is weird.
That's a little girl. This is weird. So, first of all, she's literally older than the guy.
I was just gonna say, I'm pretty sure as far as the movie is concerned, that girl is older than the dude.
The guy is 22 and she is 24.
Oops.
In anime years, he is practically hag maxing. And yes, she may be physically disabled, but aren't all men mentally disabled in their own special way? At least the ones in my audience. They will freely admit this. Maybe
I mean, I hate to say that I'm a part of her audience, and yes, I am slightly mentally disabled, but that's okay. That's okay. That's what happens when you take too many head injuries from parkour. I have an excuse.
The older woman is taking advantage of this sensitive young man. Have you ever thought of that? She looks like an 11-year-old child. Where are her breasts? First of all, really weird way to say that. She looks like a child. Show me her titties. Also, I love how, like, when anime women have huge boobs, it's disgusting, Coomer brain or whatever. But if the anime woman has small boobs, she is a child and you're a chimo. Can't fucking win. Also...
Yeah, I mean... Like, look, in the eyes of most men, this is how you know that comment came from a woman. Because in the eyes of most men, she could be 30 years old, and be completely flat-chested. Guess what? Titties are fucking titties, bro. Titties are titties. That's just the way they are. To all men. They could be big. They could be itty-bitty. But most men are part of the all-titty committee. Just saying.
So if she had big boobs, they'd absolutely be like, wow, look at this sexualization of the disabled. Also, you know, like, adult women can be flat-chested, right? Like, that actually exists in real life. Like, adult human women can have small boobs. We love all titties here.
They can have small bobs. They can have the small bobs, but I still like the bob. I still want to touch the bob.
On the Shoe on Head channel, all titties is good titties. End of story.
Some dungeon entrances.
Come on, man. Delusional takes by women on the internet.
In Top Heroes are super hard to find.
Not Shoe
Check
on
behind
Head,
the waterfall
right?
in Crimson Canyon.
The content
Women
creator
fancy.
herself, this content creator herself, she's got some base takes, right? I'm not shitting on her. I'm shitting on the women that are writing these comments that she's reading aloud. Just to clarify.
A boyfriend with depth and the loving, soft, deeply caring side of them. Men's fantasy. 12-year-old anime girl who looks and speaks like a toddler.
No. That's literally not a man's fantasy. That's a weeb's fantasy. There's a distinction between men and weebs. Okay? Let me just be clear. Also, notice how she's literally the shape and size of a child. Yuck. Dude. Like, do you understand that there are a lot of grown-ass 30, 40, 50-year-old women in this world that are, like, really small? Really small? Like, let me ask this question. For those of you that know, is Shaq a perv for his wife? For having the wife he does? 'Cause, like, dude, she's like a pencil to Shaq, dude. Like, does that make him a perv, or can they just have a relationship? Can they just, like, can they be in a relationship without either one of them being judged? Is that possible? Or are we just judging everybody in 2025 for shit that makes no sense?
Also notice how she's literally the shape and size of a child. Yuck.
Have you people ever seen a child? No, you're all childless. Silly me.
Ha! Oh, shit.
She's not even that short. She's just sitting. See, like when they're laying side by side, she's like a full-grown adult woman. Why do these people look at this and immediately think of child rape? Go to therapy. And listen, I know anime can get a little weird, right? Like, excuse me, Poo Poo Pee Pee Chan is 2,000 years old, and this is Poo Poo Pee Pee Chan. But this does not even look like a child. This looks like a cute woman. This is like a random rant, but I feel like there are no more cute women nowadays. You know what I mean? You have all like the Insta baddies, the e-thoughts, the e-girls, the muscle mommies, the boss babes, the boy babes. But I feel like every woman is just hot now. Which, by the way, I don't think is healthy for the male psyche whatsoever. You should.
Yeah, makeup's a fucking bitch, and so are filters. But I think men understand that, right? I think most men understand that makeup is a deception and that filters exist. So is it unhealthy? Maybe. Maybe it's just an incentive for men to be more on their shit.
Shouldn't wake up and be able to scroll through pictures of like the hottest woman you've ever seen in your life like 20 times before you've had like your morning cup of coffee. You shouldn't.
But they're not. They're literally not. Okay, like, I'm going to speak for most men. Not all men, but most men when I say this. Like, even when I do scroll through Instagram, dude, like, and I see a bunch of these, you know, cosplayers or e-thoughts or whatever the hell that just come up on my For You page for no reason. even when I do see that stuff, right? Like, these women are not the hottest women I've ever seen in my life, 20 of them consecutively in a row. There might be one out of like 1,500 that I'm like, dang, that chick is really attractive. Holy shit. And then I move on with my day. Like, don't even heart the post, just scrolling through, and it's like, whoa, wait a second. Huh. Scrolls past it, sees parkour video from Storer or some other shit, like Eric Mukamechin. Like, most of the stuff that comes on my For You page on Instagram is fitness content or parkour or martial arts or, you know, professional fighting, all kinds of random shit. It's not like e-thoughts or e-girls. Usually the algorithm is pretty accurate. The only people that are coming across 20,000 e-girls are the ones that are following 20,000 e-girls, right? And those are your simps, the guys that spend $500 on OnlyFans because they're too lacking in actual confidence and manlyhood to go out and talk to a real woman, right? Like, they're afraid of rejection or whatever the fuck the reason is that these men go on OnlyFans and, you know, waste their testosterone by ejaculating their semen 6 times a day. I don't understand the male simp epidemic. I really don't. I'll guarantee you it has a lot to do with the fact that women are very adversarial nowadays. They don't compliment the home, they combat the home. And so you have these men who are longing for a personal connection, and these OnlyFans girls chatbots will play around like they are, you know, simulating an emotional connection, and that's why these men are willing to pay fucking dollars hand over fist so that they can continue to be in contact with these women. But shit's got to stop, man.
Log in and immediately be one-shotted by 10 tens all day.
They're not 10s. Trust me. Most guys don't think like that either. They're not scrolling through Instagram like, there's a 10, there's a 10, there's a 10, there's a 10. No, that's not most guys, promise you.
As if that wouldn't make you go insane. As if that wouldn't make you crash out. Like, back in the day, you'd probably see like one fine dame on your bus ride to work, and you'd think about her for 40 years until the day you die.
Probably
That's how
not.
It used to be. That's how it should be. Now every woman is like a crazy, hot, unobtainable.
Like, I get the point she's trying to make, right? But at the same time, like, it's the way she's trying to make it is not accurate, right? This is not how men operate. This is not how men operate. They don't see one fine dame and think about her for 40 fucking years. Like, some do, right? But, like, no, that's not how that works.
Instagram goddess with the fattest of ass. Zoomers don't know how good we had it. You'd go to Blockbuster and the 21-year-old cashier behind the counter would be the most adorable woman you've ever seen. No Botox, no lip filler, just a pure soul, full of joy and whimsy. And now women are full.
Gotta love the 90s and early 2000s, man. Like, bring back the fucking 90s.
Of hate and SSRI.
Peak civilization, buddy.
But they're hot. They're hotter than they've ever been. They're hotter and more depressed than they've ever been in history. Sad. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, anime. I didn't take my Vyvanse today, could you tell? Men's.
But are they, though? Are they hotter than they've ever been? I don't believe that. I really don't believe that they're hotter than they've ever been. I'll guarantee you that, you know, the more natural look that's sought after by men, because I think it's pretty well established at this point that women get all these body modifications because of their own delusions, not because it's what men want. Like, most men prefer natural-bodied women. That's just the way it is. You don't have lip filler. You don't have these gargantuan fake titties and these freaking BBLs. Like, men are more apt to pick the natural beauty over the augmented beauty any day. So I would argue that women are actually uglier now than they've been throughout the entirety of human history because of all of the physical augmentations that they add to themselves on a regular basis. And it's a lot of women. A lot of women will go get partial lip fillers or just a little bit of fat injection in their butt or a small breast augment. And it's like, dude, you just ruined yourself, bro. You took a perfectly good body and you ruined it. All you had to do was be of a relatively healthy fitness, and most guys are going to be like, dang, nice. All of which is obtainable through, working out regularly and getting off of your ass and actually doing something.
Fantasy. A big titty woman with the face of a 16-year-old that is useful for cooking, cleaning, and sex.
Wrong. Well, I don't think that there are men out there that who provided that situation would fucking complain. But that's not their fantasy. Just because they wouldn't complain about it doesn't mean that they fantasize about it.
Women's fantasy. Gets treated like a queen and a man who keeps tracks of our periods so he can take care of us.
Women. Is that your fantasy? Is that y'all's fantasy, bro? You hope that guys pay attention to your fucking cycle, dude? Dudes just be knowing out there when you're menstruating? Like what? Women, ladies, is this your fantasy? I gotta know. Holy crap. If you see this video after the live, drop it in the comments and let me know, ladies, is this your fantasy?
I think I speak for a lot of women here when I say our fantasies do not, in fact, include men tracking our periods.
I don't know. This random chick on X seems to think so. So are you sure? Are you sure? Do I need to create a poll? Do we need to flesh this out?
Personally, if my husband was like, honey, just a reminder, you're in your luteal phase, I'm taking the kids.
Men like to pretend they want this, and then they beat their wife when dinner isn't ready or their son when he's misbehaving.
First of all, I'm sorry that happened to you, but there are
facts, right? Holy shit, that's a projection and a half. She's not wrong.
In fact, good men out there. I've seen them. Some may be in this very audience.
No.
Sorry, I couldn't keep a straight face. This is the shoe on head audience. You're all gremlins.
Male fantasy equals a woman that can't run away from him. A woman that's dependent on him. Interesting. When men are involved, it's basic survival instinct to assume the worst. Men are guilty until they prove themselves innocent.
You know what? I take my opinions back on free speech. I changed my mind. No more free speech. No more free speech until you bitches learn to behave.
A woman's fantasy is
she
a man
makes a
who
good
won't
argument.
And a man's fantasy is raping a woman.
What?
I'm sorry. Where is the rape, ma'am?
Maybe that's how you...
Now, hold on. I would actually go so far to say is there's a lot of women out there that have a grape fantasy. Like far more than men. Women fantasize about that shit. Far more than men. I don't know why. It is a phenomenon though, and it is actually real.
See it because you're brainwashed to hate men.
So true.
Which I'm gonna go ahead and guess is just another projection, right? They're ashamed about having that fantasy, so they push that, like the opposite of that, onto the men surrounding them, or whatever.
I hate how.
But in reality, women are the real demons here. Oh god damn it! We just want a happy relationship. Is it so much to ask for?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Evidently.
Oh look, more misogynistic gooner fantasy slop written by misogynistic gooner men. This is why 70% of anime is garbage.
No, that's not why 70% of anime is garbage. 70% of anime is garbage because the stories are literal garbage. They don't make sense. There's no continuity. The animation is bad. The color scheme sucks dookie booty. Like, there's a lot of reasons that 70% of anime is garbage. And I would actually say it's probably 90% of anime is garbage.
So, here's the
Hot
thing.
take.
That, misogynistic gooner fantasy slob written by misogynistic gooner men was actually written by Saiko Tanabe.
Oh, oops.
A woman wrote this story. And I feel like a very important detail everyone is sleeping on when they covered this was the fact that this is very much the female fantasy as well. A man loving you for who you are despite your flaws, literally sweeping you off your feet and carrying you around on adventures, helping you live out your dreams, face your fears, and supporting you through the good and bad times. You're going to sit here and tell me that's not the female fantasy too? Is this not?
I mean, not in 2025. In 2025, everybody's trying to push against that. So, no. No. Your modern feminist indoctrinated female, that is not their fantasy.
Not the basic female fantasy? Is this not the knight in shining armor coming to rescue you and falling in love with you? Why on earth are so many women so mad at this? Are men now the hopeless romantics?
Yes. Yes, they are. Men are now the hopeless romantics. It's disgusting, but it's fucking true. And this is why I point out on a regular basis on this stream. There's a lot of crybaby ass men out there that need to grow a pair. Like, seriously. The hopeless romantic shit has got to stop. Literally, men and women done swapped places in that aspect.
Are men now the ones yearning for a fairy tale romance? Is this why all the Disney remakes are like,
It's because the shit is rare. That's why.
She's not gonna be saved by the prince. She's a strong, independent woman. Meanwhile, men still want to be the prince. Men still want to be the knight in shining armor. Men are like, I will save you from your monotonous 9-to-5 job. I will give you a house and babies. And women are like, no, I must be an actuarial consultant. Be gone, vile misogynist. Is that what is occurring here? Also, that aside,
yeah.
There literally is a gender-swapped version of this story called Perfect World. It is a manga. Mango? I don't know. Do not come for me, weebs.
Failure.
Men will statistically leave their wives and partners the moment they find out they're disabled or have a life-threatening condition. You're right, it is a fantasy.
Actually, that study was debunked by the authors themselves, who admitted they did the math wrong. It's actually not much higher, but then again, even if it was, and it happens, I've seen it happen to people, it's terrible. Marriage should be through sickness and through health, but that's not really the point here. And the fact that so many people are focusing on the wheelchair part of this just proves that they just don't get it. The ones of pure mind...
Yeah, I mean, they don't get it, but they don't want to get it either. They want to be right. They want to get the validation that comes from their fucking backhanded, feminized propaganda comment.
And pure soul get it. But these fucking semen demons out here, they don't...
Fucking semen demons. Ah! Alright, these fucking semen demons, let's go.
But not all semen demons.
The amount of people in comments who just don't get that men want a cute, loving girlfriend is beyond me. They call them creeps for wanting actual love and not a girl boss who only wants your money.
Ah, thank you, a sane person. Hopefully the replies aren't full of people calling her a pick-me.
Pick-me alert, least obvious pick-me. Me, pick me please. Hope he picks you.
Even if she is a pick-me, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? At least she's got more class than all the non-pick-me's.
Sis, pick me. An incel could have written this. Fuck.
Hello!
It's so funny that women, like, compete the way that they do. Just ostracize other women for fucking, you know, the, like, pick-me nonsense. It's like, oh, you're a pick-me, ha! It's like, yeah, who cares? Who cares? If she's saying all the right stuff and doing all of the right stuff coinciding with what she's saying, she's probably going to get what you want, but are too afraid to have. Damn it.
Why are so many VTubers either pick-me's or racist? You mean why do so many female VTubers disagree with you? Why so many aren't towing the mainstream liberal feminist NPC line? Because they can. See, the most powerful weapon women have against other women is social ostracization. You don't want to be seen as a pick-me or a racist, so you keep your mouth shut in order to survive in female social circles.
Why? Why keep your mouth shut? No, be loud and proud about that shit. For all the pick-me girls out there, just be fucking loud and proud about it. Don't let these bitches ostracize you out of society, bro. They're just jealous, and jealousy is not very becoming of one. Don't let them win the game, because if you let them ostracize you out and you stay silent, guess what? They won. You lost, they won. Be a pick-me. Be loud and proud about it. Because guess what? Odds are you're going to get picked over them. And if that's the end goal, then guess what? You win, they lose.
But in the cases of VTubers, virtual YouTubers, they're basically anonymous. They can say anything they want. They're basically wearing a mask. They're free from the chains of the eternal HR Longhouse. But apparently...
But you have... Okay, so on the pick-me thing, you have to be, like... your actions have to coincide with your words, right? You actually have to have that ideology that you're spouting and espousing to. Right? You can't just be like, oh, pick me, I'm going to say all the based shit, and then when it comes down to fucking, doing, you lack the ability to do. No, you need to follow what you're preaching, right? If you're going to be pick me, then you better act like you say.
Even being anonymous online does not save them because they still get doxxed for simply not hating men. Lovely. Maybe I should save this rant for a different video someday. Moving on.
Men are why we can't have nice things, by the way.
First of all, men make all the things. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Also, I just realized it was a man saying that. It was a whole-ass man saying men are why we can't have nice things.
This is why I said we have a bunch of crybaby dudes. A bunch of crybaby men out there, man. Like...
I don't deserve this trophy. This is for you, sir.
No, you don't. You should give that guy the trophy, bro. But the difference between... Okay, so here's the distinction between a man pick-me and a female pick-me. Is a man pick-me still looks to all of the females like a worthless simp, and he's probably not going to get picked. Whereas the female pick-me is going to look to all the men like she's super based, and she probably is going to get picked. So, men, don't do the pick-me nonsense. Women, do it. It will behoove you, I promise.
This is for you.
You want dating advice? Men, don't do the pick-me nonsense. Women, do the pick-me nonsense. Or pick-me sense, not nonsense.
Not worthy. Listen, I make women jokes. I'm very critical of feminism and propaganda aimed at women. But you will never catch me in a million years saying some shit like women are why we can't have nice things. I have a mom.
Why not? Most of the time it is. Most of the fucking time it is. I'm sorry, but it is.
I have female family members. I have female friends.
And that's not like women hating comment. I'm not hating on women. I'm just saying, like, dude, they are the resource consumers of the sexes. Men are the resource producers of the sexes. So a lot of the times, yeah, it is. If they'd stop consuming the resources, maybe we'd be able to compile enough to have nice fucking things.
Maybe one day I'll have a daughter. Women make the world a beautiful place, and like men, can be flawed and deserve criticism, like anyone else. But there's something genuinely so cucked about people who put down their own gender or race. Oh god, race. Self-hating white people. Don't get me started on self-hating white people. White people are so evil. I hate being white. White people can't dance. White people food is so...
Okay, but let's be real. White people can't dance.
Oh,
they can't. That's a stereotype for a reason. Like, that's a stereotype for a fucking reason, bro. Come on. There are some white people who can dance, but, like, the vast majority of them just look like retards trying to hump a doorknob.
You're not getting into Wakanda, bro. You're not getting invited to the cookout. Enough. But yeah, women were not the only ones who had a problem with this. There were a lot of men who didn't quite relate to this being the average male fantasy.
It's fine to love the disabled. I didn't need to remind you that. But to glorify it? This anime is certainly Marxist propaganda.
Did not read Karl Marx.
The movie is about him taking a job as her caretaker, and when he learns of her dreams, he makes it his mission to help her dreams come true.
So it is Marxist propaganda to help a disabled person pursue their dreams?
Did read Marx.
Yeah, it's woven in. Empathy is the target of propaganda.
Did not read Marx. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Marxism is when girl in wheelchair. I love this. Empathy is the target of propaganda. Every piece of media that makes you feel empathy is communism. Political brain rot.
And nowadays it is. That's actually true. Nowadays it is. That's the fucking goal. Feminism is just an arm of communism. Nowadays it absolutely is.
Where you see this and you're thinking of communism, you need to log off.
That image shouldn't make you think of communism, but like all of the fucking bullshit nonsense comments underneath that post should make you worry, oh shit, communism.
You are unwell.
I'm sorry, but when I reproduce, I don't want a high probability of my offspring being mentally or physically retarded. We need a better class of incels whose bar is higher than the retarded.
She's not retarded, she has a spinal injury that's not genetic. Also, what is this LARP? I love how everyone is just kind of having like a normal conversation about this clip, and this guy just comes out of nowhere like, I would never put my pure white seed in such a vile creature. Like, you absolutely know this guy.
Oh, damn. Damn, bro.
As a non-white girlfriend. They all do, all these like I hate white people women always have white boyfriends. All these I hate non-white people boys always have non-white girlfriends. I don't know what it is, but I've seen it too many times. I guarantee you when this man logs off of his Black Sun Roman statue Twitter account, he's clapping Latina booty cheeks.
And no, all the women that say I hate white men don't have white boyfriends. They have black boyfriends or they're lesbians.
My fantasy is not being a simp, but okay.
Fellas, is it simping to love a woman?
Nah, this is not the male fantasy. That man is a beta male. If she wasn't in a wheelchair, she would leave him for Chad.
The wheelchair has nothing to do with if she was gonna leave him for Chad or not. It's not like women in wheelchairs are exempt from fucking being attracted to Chads, dude. Like, come on.
Fellas, is it beta to love a woman?
This is not my fantasy. This is some gay shit, to be honest.
Fellas, is it...
Finally, an actual like dude response. It's like, yeah, this is some chick. Like he didn't say it like in the sense of this is some gay shit. What that dude meant is like this is a chick flick, and any guy who was fawning over watching this video with these like weird fantasies, questionable. Like, why, dude, why are you living in your emotions? Like, why are you watching this shit to cry over it? You know what I mean? Like some weird fantasy that's in an anime. Like, no, that's what he meant. He didn't mean it was like, oh, this dude is gay. Like, no, he meant like this is some chick flick shit. Where's the explosions and the mechs? Where's the giant mechanical suits of armor, beam swords, and freaking planet buster cannons? Like, where's the Jedi mind tricks and the force powers and lightning and shit? That's what that guy was saying.
Gay to love a woman.
What no pussy does to a motherfucker.
Brother, I've seen what pussy does to a motherfucker, and it's far worse.
Yeah, she's not wrong. She's not wrong at all. At all.
The average male fantasy is taking care of their crippled wife. I don't think I've ever had that fantasy before. I thought it was gonna be about going on some quest to kill the dragon to win the princess or something.
Oh my god! Oh shit! Ah!
It is. That is the average male fantasy. But there are no dragons to slay. There are no princesses to save. But there is that little old lady in the grocery store who can't quite reach that top shelf. There's that heavy box the pretty girl you work with can't quite lift herself. There's that jar of tomato sauce your wife can't quite open. There's that Lego set your little son can't quite put together himself. Or there is this...
Bullshit! If I ever have a son and dude has a Lego set and he's like, Dad, I can't put this together myself, I'm gonna be like, did you whip out the book and read it? Like, holy shit, it tells you how to put it together. Come on now. And then I'm gonna force him to do it himself, put it together, and then, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying I'm not gonna hang out with my child right? Obviously, I would have my own Lego set that I'm putting together by myself, right? Because that incentivizes him to figure it out. That's problem solving. That's teaching him problem solving. I'm not just going to do it for him and show him how. No. Let's figure it out together, son. Look, I got mine. Come on, figure it out, dude. You got this.
Paraplegic girl who wants to see the ocean. This is the Princess and the Dragon story. And despite what many are told, men do have a lot of love to give. And they want some kind of excuse or mechanism to show that love. In a world where men expressing themselves is either seen as toxic or gay. And one way of expressing that love
because men expressing themselves by their emotions is kind of gay.
Is solving problems.
Like, unless they're like, it's a serious thing, right? Like there's obviously stuff out there that men go through that it's perfectly acceptable to talk to your male friends about. Don't bring it up to females. They're going to give you dog shit advice. They're not going to know what it's like to actually go through and move through the world as a man with your brain and how your brain fucking works in comparison to a female, right? Like, I understand that, you know, there are some things out there that men struggle with that would be better off served, you know, confiding in their male friends. And that's not gay. But, like, bro, I'm just so sad, dude. I'm just so sad. Like, I don't know why. I can't figure it out. Like, that's gay shit, dude.
Men
don't do that.
Fucking love solving problems. I don't know what it is.
Yes, we
also
do.
love reading Wikipedia articles.
Yes, we do. And that's why I said what I said about my, you know, if I ever had a son, I would fucking have him build that Lego set by himself. He's building that Lego set by himself. Problem solving. He's going to learn how to solve problems and how to love solving problems.
The amount of times I walked over and my husband is reading a random fucking Wikipedia article about like the world's tallest buildings or like a random battle in World War II. I didn't know if this was autism or what, but apparently it's a man thing. Anyway, yes, men love solving problems. And in a world that makes them feel useless, makes them feel like they have no purpose, men desperately feel like they need to prove their worth.
Or they get shunned for having a purpose. Or get called misogynists or sexist or racist or whatever the hell that the agenda wants to call them that day.
They are desperately looking for a purpose in life. So it is not at all shocking to me that the modern young man is seeing a clip like this and longing for this.
Young men, do not long for this. Long to build yourself up. Long to set up a career, to set up a future, long to create the foundation that will hold you through the rest of your life. Do not long for this. This will come after that. This will come after that. Be selfish, young men. Work on yourselves. Build up your empire, and then long for this. Don't long for this while you're young. Long to establish your future.
A lot of modern men don't have a chance to prove themselves, to make something of their lives. They don't have a chance to provide anything for anyone because they don't have anything to provide and they don't have anyone. They are doing everything their grandfathers did, but seeing none of the results. They're lost.
They're really not doing everything their grandfathers did. Did Generation Z to fucking, you know, past millennials up onto Gen X? That's not like, they're not doing the same shit their grandfathers did. Dude, not even close.
What can they provide? And as I said earlier, her being in a wheelchair is the protector and provider instinct taken to a extreme. And yes, it is a fantasy, considering if you ask anyone who's actually in a wheelchair, they know it's not all butterflies and rainbows, and they know that it's hard on relationships. It can be difficult on their partner. But just like in the movie, it's not shown as butterflies and rainbows.
I mean, like, I don't think just because it gets a little bit more difficult, most men are leaving because of it. right? Oh, the going got a little tough. Well, I guess the tough better get going, huh?
Josie feels like a burden, but towards the end of the movie, the guy takes on that burden. Not because he gets...
Exactly. Thank you. The guy takes on that burden. The going gets tough and the tough gets going.
something in return, but because it's his duty, because it makes her happy, which makes him happy in return. Loyalty, duty, virtue, acts of service, big or small, men live for that shit. And yes, these are stereotypes.
They
Not
do.
everyone fits into these boxes, blah 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 blah, but for the most part it's true. When many
Yeah, for the vast majority of men, that's true. 100% true. 100% true.
men look at this relationship, that is what they see. And a lot of modern women are looking at this relationship and being disgusted because, in a way, it's the complete inverse of the strong, independent woman they've been sold. They've been told they need to be.
They've been psyoped into believing is the optimum for the female nature, which is totally not, and against everything that biology is and history has, you know, compounded upon the fact of what biology has taught us over the thousands of years we have existed, right? Like, the way the feminists purport that women act optimally, being the boss babe and whatever else, being independent, is actually not the optimum. It's not. Women used to understand this, but the communist, feminist motherfuckers done psyoped everybody. And the psyop was pretty damn successful, because here we are today.
The modern woman crafted by modern Disney for modern audiences. Unlike the Hollywood crafted modern woman, this woman does need her man. She is not strong and she's not independent, at least physically. This doesn't mean she's like an empty vessel with no thoughts or freedom. No, in fact, in the movie, Josie does roll away from him a few times. It is a fantasy not because of a power imbalance, but because the man has a tangible purpose, and the woman is willingly and lovingly
And there it is, the tangible versus intangible purposes I was talking about at the beginning of this segment.
letting him fulfill that purpose.
Because I can depend on you.
And that's what so many women fail to do nowadays, is let their men fulfill the purpose. They try and supersede the men to fulfill their own purpose, which becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And then guess what? You wind up 50 years old with 500 cats, single and alone, crying about all the incels on the internet.
I know that if I ever feel frightened, I can just reach out to you.
Men simply want something good to die for, to make it beautiful to live. This manifests in a lot of ways, but the most common is having a loving partner and or a family. Something unobtainable to many people nowadays. So yes, literally one of the most normal things ever is becoming a fantasy. Sad. Also, men will deny this, but they absolutely have a biological clock. It may not hit in your teens or your 20s, but one day you're going to have a dream. You have a little daughter making you pancakes with your wife in the morning. And
Yeah, when you're like 50. Like, the fuck?
you're not going to be able to get it out of your head.
The biological clock is a lot less impending doom than a female's biological clock. Just throwing that out there.
And that is the male biological clock. Everything you do, the money you make working that grating 9-to-5 job, it will all be for something bigger and more important than yourself one day.
Exactly, so focus on that. Don't be focusing on women, young men. Chase success in life before family. Build yourself up, establish a foundation and a basis for which you can take care of said family first.
You will come home to a warm and happy home, greeted by people who care about you, and love you, and rely on you, and everything will make sense then. Until then, you'll just be on the internet, being called a misogynist, for wanting something bigger and more important than yourself, for wanting something beautiful and normal. And that is the average male fantasy. That, and 3 hot chicks at once. Hell yeah, brother! Haha.
I mean, come on. 3 hot chicks at once, bro. Like, giggity giggity.
You know what I'm saying? So that was that little video. Men in the comments, let me know. Am I correct? Is that the average male?
No, you're not correct. That's not the average male fantasy. The average male fantasy is oftentimes something to do with battle. Something to do with battle. That's why men think about Rome. Like, it has something to do with being an emperor or a top scale leader of some kind, participating in some battle that is, you know, greater than themselves, right? To save the nation or, you know, be the hero, right? Be on the right side of history, or to be felled in battle and wind up in Valhalla, forever praised for your efforts, for your heroics, for your value. That's the average male fantasy. Sorry. It's not lovey-dovey nonsense. It's all just like it's just a bunch of battling shit, dude. Like, average male fantasy to literally go on an adventure and slay a dragon. Princess is optional, bro. You dangle a dragon and a mythical sword in front of any guy. It's like, yeah, we're going to hand you this mythical sword that imbues you with special powers. You're going to go take out that dragon over there. And all the zombies and crazy monsters and beasts on the way. You get to have this epic adventure. Like, yeah, dude, every dude's taking it. Every fucking dude is taking that opportunity.
Male fantasy, or is it not that deep? Men and
It's not that deep.
women in the comments, what is your fantasy? And no, I don't mean that. I don't want to hear about how you want to be crushed by a 12-foot futa. That is between you and God, not you and Shoeonhead. I mean,
What is my fantasy? My fantasy is the final fantasy. Oh, I'm just kidding. Fucking gamer nerd.
what is your
Holy
ultimate dream?
shit.
Do you want to travel the world? Do you want a nice big family one day? Do you want to own a farm? Do you want to live in a shed in the woods and make pipe bombs?
Do you want to be a ninja and be like the ultimate form of human existence that exists unattainable by most, putting you in an elite portion of society?
Let me know in the comments and I will see you soon with a new video.
No, we're not doing that. We're not letting you know in the comments. I made a whole ass video in response to your video. I'm not letting you know in the comments. You could just watch my video. You could just watch my video and you will know. You will know everything I had to say about it. But thank you, Shoeonhead, for the based take. It was pretty based. I mean, for what it's worth, right? But do I believe that, you know, all that lovey-dovey nonsense is the average male fantasy? No. No, I don't. I don't believe that's the average male fantasy. I think the average male fantasy is more fantastic. It is more fantasy-based than, you know, something that is actually attainable in reality. That's what I think. What do I know? I'm not an average male. I'm just not. It's the way the cookie crumbles. It's the way the cookie crumbles. I have trained my entire life not to be. Not to be average. To be well above average. And I think if most people comported themselves that way, society would be a much better place. But we have so much mediocrity in the world, and it's accepted. It's actually pushed. It's pushed. It's okay to be fat. It's okay to be lazy. It's okay to do this. It's okay to do that. It's okay to not do this. No. No. Come on, people. Let's figure it out. That being said, this is the end of tonight's show. It is 1:58 in the morning, y'all. I am going to get out of here. That's okay, though. I'll be back tomorrow night. With that, I hope all of you out there in the world have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night, wherever you're at. Enjoy your time because it may be limited. You never know. As for me, my time with you this evening has come to an end. As I said, I will be back tomorrow. There will be more time. It's okay. If you haven't hit the like button, please do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, do that too. Join the Ninja Horde today. Subscribe. Let's fucking go. I will catch y'all next time. same time. Pretty much every time. Peace.